Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live or pre-market show, live pre-market show for Wednesday, April the 12th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Paradox, etc., Murky, etc. Thank you. Okay, guys. So obviously there's a bigger list than I actually put in. The reason I didn't is because the SPY, what the CPI numbers that came out at 5:30 my time, 8:30, obviously has popped the market, and with that has popped many stocks. So there's no point talking about all the stocks that moved with the SPY. Okay, so I mean, obviously I have a list of usually it'd be a little bit longer than what I put in today, but I mean, there's just so many stocks that move with the SPY. We'll have to wait and see if this SPY gap holds. I mean, we're getting a couple of red bars now, but there are other things that are happening. CALZ, um, news on it. I guess they got some positive data. I think it's a diabetes drug. I couldn't see if it was phase one, phase two, phase three, but anyway, it has popped up. Low float, 13.8 million in the float, and huge move, of course, 152%. Big volume already. It'll trade the float. Well, it's already traded the float. 13.8 million in the float, 14 million have traded. So, as always, have to wait and see if this is going to hold. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, if it does start to fade, I cannot participate in it. The next high looking left is 142. What did it get to this morning? 137. A couple of buyouts here. We've got TESS is a buyout. TESS, TESS is a buyout. You can see it's flatlining right across now. TESS is a buyout. And of course, the lawyers come out and investigating whether or not they think they're getting a value. Acquired for $9 a share by, who is doing it? Twin Point Capital. This must be, I think it's a private company. So this is being bought out. And another buyout is TRTN. Is that Triton? Yeah, Triton International being bought out also. And of course, the lawyers are, I love it. They just come out. Anytime there's a buyout, doesn't matter if they got bought out for $250,000,000, they'd be coming out and saying, "You think this is fair?" Anyway, Triton is bought out by, interestingly, there was no volume. BIP is acquiring them. When I looked, there was no volume. I mean, there's basically no volume. 782 shares so far. CYTO, Cyto, CYTO is up because no reason that I can find. Okay, I couldn't see any reason. Just looking at my headlines. I mean, it had some news yesterday. Positions, its patented semaphore, et cetera, et cetera. It had some news yesterday, but it didn't. Market obviously did not react well to it. There's a big red candle there on the daily chart. One of our flyers from the last couple of weeks, IFRX, has sprung a financing. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Lots of shares. A lot. 2.2 million. So a lot of shares available. They're doing a financing at 425. So actually, it's above the financing price. At 465 right now. Financing again is at 425. They're raising $40 million. Not bad. MIRM, technically not an earnings play, but this is an awful looking daily chart. But I thought I had so few to really talk about. But it's not an earnings play. They released on the fourth, but they're doing some preliminary Q1 results. Okay, and so far the market's reacting poorly, but very choppy. Volume though, and a relatively low float, 23 million in the float. IND, INMD is, let's see. So this is moving higher. Okay, so this is another one where the earnings are in the second, but they are also they're doing a guidance, revenue guidance, etc., preliminary results, and so markets liking this. They don't actually release until the second. Yeah, so this is an acquisition, one of the SPACs. So that is hard to know what's going to go on with this one, RCLF. They've actually so Spectral MD to combine with this SPAC and delisting from the UK market. Okay, when that happens, I don't know, but and of interest, I saw one of these SPACs. Which one was it? HTCR, I think. No, no, not HTCR. But speaking of HTCR, I should have mentioned this one. This is right in the top of my list. Yeah, look at this. 1 million in the float, 5.6 have traded already. Um, Forged an agreement with R. Yobaba Inc. for its 10th Go IPO consulting service win. Okay, so that's your news for HTCR. So this could be the one. I mean, look at the float that holds. The float only a little over 1 million in the float. No idea really what they do. It signed its 10th Go IPO contract. And I could look at the profile, of course, but don't really know what their business is. Japanese company. But there, maybe it's this one, HZ. Yeah, this is the one. This is sort of interesting. I haven't seen this I don't know if I've seen one like this before. This is a SPAC, and they were going to be merging with the company name. They were going to be merging with Flytech or something like that. Anyway, but they've called the merger off, and that company is paying them $30 million, and basically they will dissolve. FlexJet, not Flyjet, FlexJet. So they're terminating their business combination. They had announced last year that this is who they're going to be merging with, take public, but they've basically said nope, not anymore. And so FlexJet will owe them $30 million. The company will dissolve, and that's it. Amazing, not amazing, but some of these high flyers, Lucy yesterday, BRNG, very difficult. There's not a lot of continuation. Every now and then, of course, we see one and we say, man, oh man, why didn't I get that one at 2? It's at 10 now. But it's just so difficult because some of these, they just don't have that much continuation. Remember Lucy yesterday? All the hoopla about their chat GPT in their glasses. Now, I mentioned yesterday that I might swing WW. I did not. Okay, I did not. Let's see how it's going to trade today. This has another upgrade, not as robust as the Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs had their upgrade or price target of 13, and Davidson has put a price target of 9, so still above the 640, of course. Yeah, I was thinking about holding it. I was really thinking about holding it, but I really wanted it to close near 7. And then there's that 330 candle, and then here's the 345 candle. And I thought, you know what? I can always get back in it today. So I got out of the trade. You can always get back in. Maybe if it takes out that the high of the day, I'm going to put an alert. But even if it takes out the high of the day, I have this to contend with. In fact, that's what I'll do. 707. So it takes out 707, which is the high over here. And let's see if it has any sort of continuation. All right, it's 9:10. Let me see if my briefing.com has delivered my updates, my upgrades and downgrades for this morning. See if we get anything from Goldman again. Okay, they have not sent it to me yet. Okay, so instead of doing that, let's take a look at the sectors. Yeah, we're in for a nice robust open after the CPI numbers came out at 8:30. You see that giant green candle. So I will click on new and then dock channel bar, show more to get to the sector status. And we'll take a look at what the major sectors are doing right now before the market opens. And obviously, because the SPY is very positive right now, all of the sectors are positive. So what you're seeing here, this is XLE, the major ETF for energy. And when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So again, when you take a look around, is there a weak sector? You could say maybe consumer staples at only 64%. I mean, all the sectors, of course, are positive. However, let's take a look again. Where are they? Now, yesterday we had a choppy day. We had tech stocks were down. Tech was down a little bit, and the value stocks were up. So let's take a look at what they are, major sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. So let's take a look at energy, XLE, nicely above still. The blue line right there is the 200-day moving average. Okay. And now this is the only one that I think was below XLP. I think well, there were two below. I'm sorry, it was not XLP. It was it was discretionary XLY, I believe. So anyway, this is consumer staples. Still chugging away. Retail, XRT retail. Now, this was the one. So you see what happened yesterday. It basically closed right at the 200-day moving average, and right now just a little bit above it. So we'll see if today can be a pop through the 200-day moving average day for retail XRT. XLV healthcare up above it a few days ago, still above it. Whereas financials are still below, still not really recovered from the Silicon Valley mess that happened a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. So still has not recovered. Trying to though, you can see when the trend is up. Industrials, XLI, choppy, but still above. This is the one that I think is below XLY, consumer discretionary. Yeah, so we just tried, just sort of kissed it yesterday. As we speak, it's a little bit above. You see the pattern here, guys. I mean, other than financials, which is of course big, they're all either right near or above the 200-day moving average. Why is that important? Well, so see, look at that. Boy, that's the amazing one. I mean, this was just in the absolute dumps for a long time, and it had a big recovery. It'll look like, uh-oh, here we go again. But no, since when? since March 13th, so about a month, communication stocks have just ripped. And of course, technology and semis, SMH, kind of led the way for a long time. So really, other than financials, every single major sector is either just at the 200-day or well above it. And again, why is that important? Well, a lot of to make it really, really simple. This goes for stocks and of course sectors. It's considered strong if you're above the 200-day, weak if you're below. It's a very simplistic way of looking at it. Now, I'm pretty sure my brief. Yeah, let's see if the upgrades and downgrades have hit. Hmm. Briefing.com is a little bit late in getting them to me today. What time is it? 9:16. Yeah, a little bit late. Normally around 9:10 it hits my inbox. Again, I like it because every now and then you unearth a little nugget, and of course yesterday was WW. When you see a Goldman putting a pretty lofty price target on something, and also WW had news yesterday too, so it was sort of a double. Hmm, give me one moment. Hmm. All right. Well, maybe briefing.com is not going to give it to me this morning. Got one more shot of a refresh in my email. Nope. Okay. No, let's move on. If anything else is sneaking in here. So again, there are a lot of stocks that move with the SPY. Well, actually, look at Shop though. SPY is starting to give up some of the gains, but Shop is still looking. You can see that if Shopify can somehow get over 48.35, probably won't happen today. But if it can get over 48.35, which is the high of looks like 5 days ago, 6 days ago. Boy, look at the room it's got. That is Shopify, SHOP. And I did not find really one earnings play here. Yeah, not one earnings play. And how I know that is if I go to my earnings date column, what I'm looking for is either minus 0.25 or 0.25 in this column. And nothing, nothing meeting my filter requirements. That doesn't mean there are no earnings plays at all, of course, but nothing that meets my meet my filter requirements, and also on the way down. So now we had a couple that have sort of guide. They may as well be earnings plays because they're guiding. They don't release until May, but they're sort of preconditioning the market. Okay, let's take a look at Cutter, CUTR. Aha! How can you? Well, I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but CEO succession plan. If you guys are watching Succession. Um, wow. Okay. Well, this is yeah, this is a very how many shares. Well, I see it here now. I didn't see it earlier. Maybe the shares were not sufficient to make the cut. But yeah, I mean, this is. These guys are being, yeah, they're being fired. This is not like the gentle, "Thanks a lot for all your good work over the past 10 years, may you do well in your future endeavors." No, they're being fired. So, CUTR, is it shortable for me? It is shortable. 333,000 shares available at, excuse me, yeah, 333,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So let's see what happens here with Cutter. Thanks for pointing that one out. Casa? Is that Casa? Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out, Casa. And you said Cress also, was that yesterday? Or is that imagining that CRUS? Okay, so that's not a CEO. This is plunging, as analyst says, Apple may change iPhone 15 design. Okay. These, I'm surprised I didn't see this here. But there it is right there. CRUS and Cutter, CUTR. So never saw any news on IPDN from yesterday. You know, what a candle that was. Miguel, in our YouTube room, how do I think? Well, of course, I'm not going to make any predictions, but let's take a look at PTGX. Um, well, it's hard to know. There's no volume, so hard to know what's going to happen. No volume at all. Ah, they did the financing yesterday. That's right. So they did the now I remember. So they did the financing. What did they raise? $100 million, 5 million at $20. So yeah. So it's a matter of for me, if it got over 20, that might be a nice. But there's no volume yet. I'd stick a price alert around 20 because that's where the financing was done, and see maybe not today, but maybe later on once this financing news gets fully digested by existing shareholders. We're thinking, well, you know what? Not the worst thing in the world. They were able to raise $100 million. So, but how do I think it's going to do today? Nobody knows at this point because there's no interest. All right, 9:23. I'll do a quick look to see whether or not briefing.com gave me my upgrades and downgrades. No, I don't can go to the website. Well, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to forego them today. Okay, TWOU probably. Actually, this is a cheap one, so not really that beholden to what the SPY is doing. TWOU. So this has had a rocky 4 days. And of course, today at 2 o'clock we have the minutes. I don't think there's anything at 2:30. I do not believe there's anything at 2:30. I don't think there's a pressure. I may be wrong. Somebody might want to correct me on that if I am wrong. But definitely minutes at 2 o'clock today. Inside the chat, you've got to go to the home page every single day. But here is the link, Jack. So for those of you on YouTube, I mean, if you wanted to come over to what I call the main room, whoops, sorry about that. That is the wrong link. Give me a moment. There are more traders in the main room, a lot more interaction amongst traders in the main room, as I call it. Nothing wrong with staying in YouTube, but if you want a little more action, you should come into the main trading room. And I just put the link in there. I would, well, PJ, you can do what you want, of course, but I would maybe get rid of HTCR. This is just, oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the Verizon HZON. Sorry. No pressure at 2:30. Okay, so really, we just got the minutes at 2 o'clock. I'll put the SPY up at 1 minute to two and keep it up for about 5 minutes. Usually, it's a lot of fun to see the SPY move up and down. Yeah, I was thinking you were saying it's HZON, not HTCR. But yeah, I mean, scares you. I mean, you should be scared. Everybody should be scared. 1 million in the float. Scared. Another, just have to be. If you take this trade, you cannot drift away from your computer. But let's take a look left. Where could it keep going? 238 is the 197. 197 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And this is yeah, I still don't understand what they do. It's 10th Go IPO contract. If it really matters, but anyway, congrats. SPY is starting to fade a little bit here, guys. Let's see if that big euphoric 8:30 15-minute candle gets wiped out. Not all at once, but all right. ENVX is showing up here, guys. ENVX. This is one that had great days. This, I know there was some news in this. I just can't remember what it was, and then it kind of gave it up. But now over the 200-day moving average. This one, we were. Well, I was waiting on this one yesterday to see if it would have a late day run, and it didn't. And that's the NOGN. We get rid of all these. All right, give me one moment, please. Alps, Alpine Summit Energy Partners. A little bit of a move here. Actually, this could be interesting. This could be interesting. I mean, this has like two is a huge block, but making a little bit of a move here. This is Alps. See if there's any specific news. I don't see any news on them, but thank you, Nikki. Taking over for William. All right, everybody. Market's going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, and I think try to let things settle down a little bit. Some exceptions to the rule, but not many. And so we've got about 5 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. We are now open for business. Well, this is every dog has its day. Tupperware trying to bounce a bit. So there's the CELZ guys right off the bat. There's the NOGN from yesterday. Yeah, making a bit of a move. Any volume? Actually, the volume is pretty good. I mean, 68,000. NOGN from yesterday. A moment as I make a slight adjustment here. There we go. There goes Shopify, guys. So Shopify, I mean, I got to put an alert up here. 48.29. Okay, now the SPY, it's starting to drift down just a little bit. So JMP Securities upgraded them, target of 65, and that is for Shopify. So helped by at that there's that 8:30 candle. We're going to see a lot of green candles that look, or candles that look like this, green at 8:30. Wow, look at GFAI. I know some of you were looking at that one. GFAI on the run here. Woo, this room maybe for this CNM, Core and Main. High over here. 2472, a dollar to that next high. So there's Shopify, guys, really moving here. Shopify, SHOP. The GFAI is really trading on its own. I'm looking at AI. AI is starting to put in a pretty big red candle to begin, but GFAI, listen, if there's any specific news on it or no specific news. Look at this, man. So the high of 2 days ago, approaching at 1886, takes that out. So we've got 1880 and 1886. And then after that, 2119. Of course, I'm not seeing it's getting there, but do I have to check GME? I'm sure it's probably popping or something, right? Yeah, yeah, just not that interested. I mean, if it ever broke out maybe over 24 again, I keep looking at this 22 level or to take out. Wow. Okay, well, Shopify, I said, I don't think it'll take this out today, but look at this. Now look at the room Shopify's got, SHOP, almost to 54. I'm not saying it's getting to 54, but that's what, that's looking left. This is on a mission. All right, CGNT, I have this little price alert for, oh, this is the one from yesterday. Yes, this is the one that yeah, CGNT. So this has room well, there we go. This has room to $5, I believe. I think it's getting there. 521 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. The volume, though, volume is very, very low. Very low. Only 24,000 shares. Okay, let's take a look at Cutter, CUTR. Now, the next low looking left is 2192. Let's see. Yeah, spread is a little 22.75, 23.09. All right, so I sort of slammed BNRG this morning. Not slammed it, but it's fading downwards. Look at this now, BNRG. You know what? Takes out that high right there, 276. It could have another run. CYTO, CYTO. I think CASA or somebody posted the news on it. I didn't. Here we go. Now I see it. Publication. So it's phase two. So it's phase two, but it got up to $3 and it went all the way back down to 163. That's pretty brutal. Looking at some of these ones that are moving down. Oh, man, I haven't seen PCG for a long time. GFAI is a challenge. Well, the challenge was met. GFAI just raced through 20. All right, let's see what Cutter does here at this 22 mark. The next low looking left was or is 21.99. You can see if it can take that out. Look what it got down to, literally 21, well, 95. So that held it for a while anyway. But the spread is really tough for CUTR right now. Now it's tough. Well, I got to put an alert down here at 22 to see if it takes it out. A little over 22, see if it takes it out. All right, guys, Cutter looking really weak now. Looking at right at that 22 mark, CUTR, CUTR. And I mean weak. Where's William? And I mean weak, guys. Took out that 22. That was your key, taking out 22. I said, there are exceptions to my taking a trade early. Anytime you see a CEO or a CFO or any one of the C-suiters just booted out, turmoil from within the company. Well, I'm just sort of rhetorically asking where William is because he knows this is one of my favorite things reading about in the pre-market. And thank you. Who was that? You, Casa? Somebody, whoever brought that to our attention regarding the cutter. Anytime you see, especially the CEO, I mean, booted out, fired. I mean, they say fired, fired. Oh, breaking 21 now. Well, I guess GFAI is the new AI, guys, because AI isn't cutting it. AI, the stock, is not cutting it. I mean, again, Carisdale, well, I don't know if GFAI has, I don't know what they do really in terms of revenue or anything like that. Yeah, I mean, with that float, oh man, look at this candle, guys. We had a little bit. I mean, I was wondering, is this going to have a big rebound? It's just a matter of waiting for the break of that low again, which was 21.99. Going to deal with the spread a little bit here. Oh, I was all set to cover some, but not to look at this, guys. I know a lot of you are probably in the JFAI, but I mean, this cutter is probably just as good in terms of a percentage move. All right, I am covering some now. In case it cannot break through a 20. Okay. All right, let's take a look at some of the ones. There's that cutter right there. And if you're wondering why it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, the answer is yes. My filter is 500,000 shares, so it's only it's traded 474,000 shares. Paradox, I have no idea what you're, you keep posting all this stuff. I have no idea what you're talking about. So there's MIRM, guys. Now, here is the deal. 2222 is the 200-day moving average, okay? I notice that it's a AI alert, but 2222 is the 2222 is the 200-day moving average. Do I lose? Do I lose? Do I use to open trading? No, no, I don't. And when I say that, that doesn't mean a person shouldn't use level two. I've just not found it advantageous to me to use level two. I think there's too many games played, so I just don't use it. But but as I always say, if a person is using level two to their advantage, go for it. But I just don't do it. Oh, wow, are you going to break 20? Oh, I see. Okay, well that makes it a little confusing for the room paradox. Okay, I see. Okay, I thought you were talking to people in the room. Had no idea what you were doing, guys. Cutter. I mean, this could take out 20. If it does, I mean, have to take a look left and see where is there any support now for CUTR. Go. All right. Well, on that weekly chart, where's the next low is 1988. So there's your next low on the weekly chart for Cutter if you took that short. And if it can, break through 20. So look what happened, guys. So we had at 8:30, we had the big SPY pop on the CPI numbers. Market reacted extremely positively, but look what's happening now. Giving it all back, all back. Okay, let's take a look at something else here. Wow, through 20 now, through 20. CUTR. CYTO, CYTO. Was that you, Casa, that posted the Cutter News? Just- Yeah, that's you, Casa. Thank you for that. The room should thank Casa for posting that Cutter News, the CUTR News. He posted it at, I'm just looking, at 9:18. I saw it on my pre-market actives, but I didn't really look at it to wow, look at this, 1968. I didn't really look at it that closely. So here's the deal, guys. When it's tough for me sometimes to really dive into to take a look at everything and see what the headlines are. I did the best I can, but when you see a CEO, a CFO, if you see fraud, fired, something like that, got to follow that stock right from the get go. Well, we should all love that news, Cass. I know I love that news, but we should all love that news, really. I mean, some news. Okay, grunt, grunt. Now here's the cutter. Now the cutter did show up here. Now, if you're wondering, well, why didn't it show up earlier? Well, the reason is because the volume was, look at this, look at this, look at this. Wow. And well, if UAL is down, American Airlines down now too. American Airlines, AAL. So take a look at Jets. Take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airline industry. More than likely, this should be. Yeah, look at this. We had a big pop up here. So what happened? It all go to $200 a barrel or something. American Airlines stock falls after somewhat downbeat profit outlook. After I provided a somewhat downbeat first quarter profit outlook. Well, they don't release until, they don't even, oh, wait a minute. When does American release? Take a look at when does American release? They release on the 27th, so at the end of the month. So they are also doing kind of a profit warning. Okay, how about Wish? What's Wish doing? WISH. Okay, I'm definitely interested in Wish. Why? Showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. More importantly, this is basically a lifetime low. So let's see if it takes that out again. I'm going to put an alert down at the low here, 780, and see if it takes it out again. And so I got interrupted my train of thought here. So why Cutter did not show up until 2032, even then though, still pretty good, is because at that point, that was at the time that finally it had traded 500,000 shares. It's at 780 now. So we should be seeing quite a few gap up and reverses, guys. Stocks that gapped up with the market and then now reversing. Here's you, for instance. Okay, I've covered some more of the cutter, guys. I mean, I just watching to see if it gets back over 20. Don't have very much left. So as I said in the pre-market, I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes. There are exceptions, and well, the cutter had to be. Did I know it was going to do that? This, of course not. But that sort of news, when that hits, sometimes you've just got to be. I have to. I hate to call it breaking a rule, but there are some things, stocks. Like sometimes I will take a stock that is at a lifetime low in the first 15 minutes if it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Not only that, and the executive chair for Cause. Boy, I haven't seen it. I'm not sure I've ever seen a headline quite as devastating. All right, what else is happening? There's got to be other stuff happening. Excuse me. Let's take a look at American Airlines, 1343. 1336 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So it's kind of right there. Then the next low is 1253. So there is some room for this to continue down. My problem is that you're sort of chasing it now. Which it may not matter, but yeah, no kidding on the GFAI. I mean, even here, 939, 2119 on the breakout, 10-day daily breakout, 2119, $23 now, and almost, this is, now, this looks like this should, oh no, I'm sorry, way over here are the highs. It hit way back. This probably did some reverse splits. Well, I'm sure it did with that float. So this is split adjusted. So because when you look here, you think, well, this must be near an all-time high. Not even close. Let's take a look at a monthly chart just for fun. Yeah, so this is all split adjusted, $176. All right, what is the market doing? The market, let's see, a little disconnect again. The Dow is up. Nas is basically flat. The SPY is kind of flat right now. Boy, the tale of two AI. So look at this AI, guys. I mean, this is just really, really. Okay, guys, wish. Wish, 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 wish. All right, keep an eye on KC, guys. This has been an active trader, very active trader. True average true range is about 85 cents for a $8 stock. That's pretty wide. Been a pretty active trader. Had the big run, been a little bit choppy. Let's see if it holds eight. Well, I have no idea what this Sirius Point, I don't know, that's not, can't have anything to do with a Sirius XM. But look at SPNT. There's a big pop up here. Not a ton of volume, 10 times 10 times normal. So you can see it doesn't trade very much. It's only 319,000 shares, and that represents 10 times normal. Third Point's Loeb looking to take insurance. Okay, looking to take them private. Okay, so that's the reason. So Frank, I am not an options player at all. Okay, so I cannot give you any. I can ask the room. There could be some option players in the room. I will copy and post that. So Frank is asking a question in our YouTube room about options. So if there's anybody who understands options and may want to advise him. No, I shouldn't say advise. Just give your opinion. Okay, so okay, Paradox. I just posted it just above you. And there could be somebody in our YouTube room also who trades options, but I certainly don't. So I cannot give you any advice on that whatsoever. Okay, so with the Saito, the CYTO, so they did have some news, all right, but gapped up in the after hours. So they released that news after hours, got up to $3. You can kind of see that if it can get back up to those highs, maybe later on today, this could have a run because when you look left, the next high is five, so five-ish. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 260 and see if later on in the day it takes it out. It's a very low float. They actually have earnings tomorrow. Not that that matters. This is somebody from our YouTube room, Paradox. Okay, I'm just reposting it. Well, American Airlines is still inching its way down. AAL still inching its way down here, guys. Chris, good morning. No, is that Chris? No, it's not Chris. I mean, not Chris Varley. It's Chris. Yeah, just take a look at the daily chart, CYTO, okay? Take a look at the daily chart. And you see the high of the day right there, 260. The high of a couple of days ago was 246. So my feeling is that if it ever, I mean, it may not happen at all, of course, but later on in the day, because of that float, only 1 million in the float, if the interest comes back and it takes out that high, then when you look left, it's got that big gap to potentially fill. So you might say, well, wait a minute, why don't I buy it now? Well, I don't, first of all, I don't know what's going to do this. And yeah, you'd be giving up a lot if it did get there, but I don't know what's going to do that. So, I mean, there's an argument to be made that if it starts to, you could put an alert, I don't know, 225 even, and see if it starts moving from there on volume. Need some volume to keep it moving. But that's my reasoning anyway. Other than that, I mean, it can just chop around, between two and this level for all day. Or it may give it up completely, and that's the end. That's the end of it for today. And Cutter continues to inch its way down, guys. CUTR. Okay, market's putting in a little green bar now after 45 minutes of down after the big rush at 8:30. Am I a player? No, I did not. I did not take a GFAI. I mean, I was all wrapped up in the Cutter, the CUTR. Okay. Yeah, this happened too early for me. GFAI. I mean, I had the alert at 9:39 from my 10-day daily breakout at 21.19. So obviously, in retrospect, sure, could have taken it. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. So that's why I backed off this. If this was a little bit later, after that, then there's a possibility I would have taken it. But also, the float is you got to be careful. Yeah, you're not getting too many. I don't think there's anybody who can really help you, Frank. You're saying they need more information, no information, not enough information on it. But the other thing too is that when you took that options trade, I mean, you should probably know a little bit more about options so that you would know when to get out if it's not working. Okay, just like an option trade, stock trade, you've got to have a get out. When are you going to get out if it's not working? But I certainly cannot help. I don't trade options at all. Yeah, that WW was a little bit disappointing. I was looking to maybe take it if it shot over 7 today, but that upgrade by Goldman. I mean, it obviously took effect. They had some news yesterday also, in addition to the Goldman upgrade or price target of 13. Another firm put a price target of 9 today on them. What is actually coming back is that CRUS, CRUS, CRUS. This had to do something with Apple. Analysts, Apple may change their iPhone 15 design, may remove the solid state button design in its higher end. I guess that obviously affects CRUS, CURS. But this is starting to, I mean, that's a great, I don't trade, typically don't trade this price of a stock. Oh, that's a great bounce from 84 back up to 91. Okay, I'm all out of the cutter now, guys. All out of the cutter, CUTR. Watching it to see, you see these two little bottoming tails. There's my clue to say a bit of an uh-oh. Now, I mean, there'll be some, of course, you're going to play bounces on this, but be careful. Okay, let's see what else is happening. TGH, TGH, what is this one doing? Wow, a big gap up. Big gap up. This is an all-time high, not quite, but this is a massive gap up for TGH. Going to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. Earnings on the 4th. It doesn't look like they have pre-released. Well, something caused this. That's a big gap, guys. I don't know. I can't see any news on it. TGH. Pretty shortable for me. 2.8 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So let's see if it gets a little more crazy through the VWAP 3522. If this Israeli stock did anything, INMD. Well, the volume definitely picked up. There wasn't very much volume in the pre-market. The volume definitely picked up. INMD. Let's see, lots of shares to short. Also 2 million at Interactive Brokers. Next high looking left is 38.43. So still got some room, but pretty choppy. Well, I mean, the volume, we say no volume, I mean, the volume's picking up. I mean, it's easily trade a million shares today, but relative volume is huge, 24. So, I mean, it doesn't usually trade that much because 655 represents 24 times normal up to this time of day. So it doesn't trade that much. There's got to be some news on this. I just don't see it. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Okay, so this is so again, if you don't know what you're looking, this is a momentum scanner, obviously. That's why it's named momentum. This is the don't repeat version of it, DR. Okay, that's what that stands for. So what you see here, these are the first time the stock was alerted. Okay, and what you'll see, for instance, for TGH, the first time the stock was alerted in this scanner was at 9:43 Eastern. The price was 35.59. That's the only time you'll see it here because I have there's a selection that I can say don't repeat for the day. Over here, though, every time a stock if it's alerted here, makes a new high for the day, you'll see it over and over. So you can see TGH 943, 35.59. It's at 35.99 now. But some of these, haven't moved at all, from the alert because you don't see them over and over again. Now, Riot was at 1306. What did it get up to? Yeah, didn't really move. All right, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts right now. Well, I keep an eye on Wish, guys. I mean, if Wish takes out the low here, I mean, that's an all-time low. And whoa, there's only 16,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. 16,000 shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay, what I'm watching for right now, so this is interesting to me. So this is what it's telling me. Now there's 16,700 shares available to short for Wish. Okay. I'm watching to see if they're getting snapped up because this number will change. Good volume. It's a big float. That's okay. 561 million in the float. So that's a big, big float. So I don't, if I do get into the short, I don't anticipate like a huge percentage move, but it could be more, it could be easier in that we probably won't get giant red candles or green candles. Easier to keep in the trade. So what I'm waiting on, there was the alert at 791. So I've got an alert set in that area, 791. I'm keeping an eye on how many shares are available. Still 16,000, a little over 16,000 shares are still available at Interactive Brokers. Now, will this be a wild one like the Cutter or the GFAI? Probably not. But it's an all-time low, basically an all-time low. Aha. Ah, they did a 1 for 30 reverse split. A reverse split announcement. So they've already done it. What are these pay sites? Well, they must have done it with the price, what it is. They must have done it. But I'm surprised. When did they do it? Because usually on a reverse split the day of, what I found with Interactive Brokers, there are no shares available to short. No, I think he meant the chart doesn't lie. The chart doesn't lie, not the chat. You're clean your glasses paradox. So this is the first day. So this is after the reverse split. It's interesting because again, typically I have found that the day of a reverse split, there are no shares available to short. So they did a 30 to 1, and this, excuse my ain't helping. Well, we can't say it never helps. We've seen some crazy ones after companies that have done a reverse split. I mean, for a while anyway. They come up with any sort of a fluffy press release, and the stock goes wild. We've seen, I don't know when it was. Excuse me. We actually kind of branded it as the sector, the reverse split sector. Might have been 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Can't remember exactly when, but we had a bunch of companies that were doing reverse splits that just went crazy within days. And this could do it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we haven't seen that lately. Oh, long term. I mean, usually, yeah. I mean, remember why they're doing it. It's just to regain, artificially to regain a NASDAQ listing, getting that price over $1. Look at FLNC. Now this is one 2262. That's too bad. A little bit close. I wish that next high looking left were 2380, like on that daily chart. But I think that 20 for me that 2262 is too close to 2231 for me. Well, things have really settled down. I have to make sure I haven't put my sound toggle off. Things have really settled down for me. Okay, well, you guys have been talking about Hills, HILS. Wow, no kidding. No kidding. Look at that float, 3.5 million in the float. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Really didn't trade much in the pre-market. Plus, it was under $1. Announces pharmacokinetic data. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the next high looking left is about 130-ish, 140-ish. Okay. AAL, American Airlines is continuing to inch down. I did not take this one. Wow, even Cutter now after that pop up, I'm not in it anymore, but boy, in jeopardy of taking out 19, but I'm not in it anymore. Well, yeah, I mean, it's taken that high out now. Now I see the AI is trying to short this one. They got stopped out immediately. Probably not too many have shorts available for GFAI anyway. Wow, Cutter. Not in it anymore, but actually a green bar ignored now. Boy, is this going to take out 19? Give me a moment, guys. Hey, one moment, guys. I'm just talking to Michael Noss. Wow, Cutter underneath 19 now. Holy smokes. Wow. GFAI. Oh, brother. Again, this is all on no news. It's just, the AI create. How's BBAI doing? I should be looking at some of the other ones. Is doing nothing. And how about that BFRG? BFRG, another AI play. Well, okay, guys, keep an eye on BFRG. It's cheaper. The next high looking left is 569. I think you're really confusing people, Paradox. I don't. I'm trying to follow. I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest. So, Yeah, BFRG guys. So definitely keep an eye on the BFRG. I mean, they had, well, we'll call it legitimate news on this day here, though it had a tremendous sell-off, but something to do with Johns Hopkins. Okay. So I'm going to stick an alert at 569 and see if it takes that out later. Maybe not today, but later. And because if it does, maybe start to fill in this void. Oops, I got two daily charts here. You can see Wish is just hanging around underneath eight guys, and 14,000 shares still available. Interactive Broker, so there've been a couple of thousand scooped up on a short. Well, I mean, there's no question that GFAI is the one, but these things eventually, I think traders think, well, you miss out on this one, where's another AI play, right? And AI is not cutting it. AI, the stock is not cutting it. But you're right. I mean, this is the one. I'm not in it. Never got in it. What a fast morning. What a fast morning. Now this one, and again, this one, we checked this before, may not be 841,000 in the float, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. Let me just do another quick check. I just can't remember. Yeah, that's the one that, we go into that website that Captain told us about. I think it's probably pretty reliable. 3.3 million in the float. So it's still very low. So the Guard Force, GFAI, has 1 million in the float. So this has 3 million in the float. So very low float, and I think traders will be looking at something else to put their money in. Just give me a moment, please. But again, notice where I have my price alert way up here. Because if it's going to go, I think if it takes out this 560 area, if it takes that out, I mean, it has a shot. But meanwhile, some tears are coming. Got to look at this thing. So gold star to Casa for sure for pointing that out early in the pre-market. That the reason why this was going down was because of the CEO and the chair getting turfed. Even American Airlines, guys. I mean, if you took this one, I mean, it was just, it was 950. I didn't take it because I just didn't think it would be dynamic enough, to be honest. But hey, 1343. I mean, it fit all the requirements. It was past 945, 1343. Now at 1303, and next low looking left is 1252 on the weekly chart. So, but I was just a little reluctant. I just didn't think it would be dynamic enough with that float. So I don't understand the question, Carlos. Remember, all I'm doing, guys, on this BFRG, I'm not taking the trade yet. I mean, it may never happen. I'm just saying if it can take out that high here of a couple of days ago, eventually, I mean, there's obviously some profit taking now in the GFAI. Traders may look at this one because it has been active also as an AI play. That's all. But I'm not taking it now. I'm just waiting to see if it takes out this high up here around 560 on volume. And if it does, it has a shot. That's all. You mean Chris Varley, PJ? Yeah, he will substitute me. He'll be taking a break sometime in May. This AI is getting interesting now as a short. Again, it sort of did the same thing it did yesterday. Didn't get quite to 25 like yesterday. Didn't get quite to 20. Remember yesterday it got all the way up to 25 and then just sold right off. Now this is I mean, underneath that whole number of 22, what's the next low looking left? I wish that low of 2150 was not there. Yeah, look at Wish. Yeah, just kind of hanging around that $8 mark. I mean, it may never take this out, so never. It may not do it today at 791. So, but that's why you put a price alert. You just put a price alert and you just forget about it. I have no idea who Be the Trader is. No idea. All right, guys. So not a lot happening right now. This momentum up. Usually I'm getting, because I've got a sound alert on this. Usually I get it's fairly active, but right now the last alert was at 1024. All right, keep an eye on CRUS. CRUS. I think it's sitting right on the VWAP. 9064. Yeah, I mean 80, say 90 is the VWAP, so it's kind of sitting on the VWAP. Let's see which way it'll go. And something to do with bad news regarding Apple and a change of design for their 15th iteration. I missed this one from the AI. Give me a moment here. I'm trying to see if there's shorts available for OMH. Not many, only 7,000 Interactive Brokers for OMH. This is a new, it's from the AI. Yeah, here's a big problem though. Spread is awful. You just can't trade something like that. 482, 505. Okay, guys. Well, there's the BFRG. BFRG. It's starting to make its move here. But it has not triggered for me. Let's see, shady WSC. WSC. It's interesting. Has earnings later on. See if there's any news on this one. Had a bad few days. Well, I'll stick an alert around 41.95 and see if it takes that out. Because if it does, you look left and the next high is way up here, 46.46. So we'll see. Well, listen, guys, my whole thing about the general market talk is, try to keep it market talk. You guys are sort of rambling on about stuff. Okay. That's all. Hmm. So things have really settled down. I'm watching some of the ones I have on my thumbnail charts, like CRUS, CURUS, is just kind of flatlining across. Um, the CYTO is, not really doing much, sitting around 218, 219 from its earlier pop. Azul from Brazilian, well, I call it the sector, airline sector, AZUL. So what do you see about this that you like, Carlos, or even interested in? I mean, it's, there's the VWAP above it, 757. Just curious. I mean, as a short, the next low looking left is 675. Oh man, I wish I still had a piece of this cutter left, but I don't. Well, you're right. I mean, obviously in retrospect, sure, but you see that candle right there? That candle right there, that's what got me out. That green candle. I thought, okay, maybe. I mean, I was in at 2190. I covered some at 2050 and 1980ish. So, I mean, I did well on it, but yeah, holding another piece of this. I mean, where could it go? Looks like there's a low of 1875 back in October of 2020 that it's just broken down through. But this is absolutely a news-driven story here. All right, maybe keep an eye on the CYTO. The CYTO is taking a little bit of a move here. It's holding the VWAP 218. It's holding the VWAP, but I have an alert right up here, 260. And why? Look left on that daily chart. Boy, if it ever, with that float, 1 million in the float, look at the volume, 27 million trading the float, well, 27 times. So, but the volume is tapered off. Well, if you get the volume coming back later on in the day, taking out that high, then traders they'll be looking left. At least this trader will be looking left and seeing that 510 next high. All right, guys, a little late in my TI spiel, but let's do it now. Talk about my homepage and how you can get access to my scans and other things, of course. Okay, so you click on my homepage link. Now that promo, that 25% promo is gone. Okay, so we're back to the 15%. There's the promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea about how much Trade Ideas costs. We have an annual monthly premium standard, annual premium 2000, annual standard 1000, less the 15%, of course. And the difference, the big difference is the AI. That's what it looks like. Use it like a watch list. Okay. Use it like a watch list. No auto trading the AI. We do have monthly plans, of course. In fact, don't take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can start off with a standard 118, 228, standard premium. Sorry, standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Now, if at any point, if you take out a monthly, and this includes people who are monthly right now, if you want a 25% off, I can give you a code for that. Okay. Mandatory to do the get started. Okay. If you take out a subscription, mandatory, you do it. It starts off with a download and install, your first startup and login, etc. 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. New to trading, we have a course for you, Trading 101. Some of you may know Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. He put this together. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at that. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll sign if you sign up for it, you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, big education section is here. We have a great user guide. Click on the user guide. And there's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window is the T window, and all about stock racing. Okay. We have some videos for you with stock racing and some clickable race startup configuration, etc. And the other thing I really would concentrate on or learn is price alerts. You see me put price alerts all the time. Okay. It's so simple to do. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie between 12 and 1. But I'll confirm that it is Jamie. It'll be somebody. It should be Jamie. And my scans. Now, if you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down. You want my scans, you have to scroll down until the scan section. Click here. And here are the scans that I am sharing. So the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market to find the stocks that are, well, active up or down. I'm sharing two races here. This is the biggest gainers from the open percent is a volatile one, and this is a large cap one. Not as volatile, but you can create your own races, of course. And as always, these are my favorite scans right here, the breakouts and the breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdown. Don't get too many alerts, over the course of a day, but that's I think that's the beauty of it, really. Now, we will start getting more alerts on the upside and the downside once we get into earnings season, because that's when you see some of these stocks that, don't trade very much until the day they have earnings. That's when you'll see some stocks that, make 10-day daily breakouts or down and on sufficient volume. This is the momentum scan right here that you see, this momentum right there, and the momentum up. This is virtually the same one, okay? Pulse resumes, right over here. So if you decide you'd like to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you click on my homepage link, and then you'll get to this page and then use that code. And also if you save my homepage, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. And of course, you have access to the big education section. And if you're new to this, first of all, welcome. I keep forgetting. Welcome to the room. This is the format. I'm live on the mic between 9 and about 3:20 Eastern Time. I do open the main room before 8 o'clock, no later than 8 o'clock. And then you guys can chat amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. Usually it's earlier than that, but certainly no later than 8. Yeah, I do see GCTK coming here. Yeah, big move now for GCTK. The problem could be yesterday's high, 266. Now, if we can get through that, then the next high is 376. Well, yeah, look at this GCTK go. Is there news on this one today? I mean, there was news obviously the last couple of days. No, not yesterday, but the day before, and then the day before that. I don't know if this is okay. Well, it's obviously not an AI play. Low float, 10 million in the float. Morning, Jack, in our YouTube room. Yeah, the thing about share sizing, I mean, if you're trying to trade a GFAI and you take too many shares, you'll get probably killed. Okay. The reason being is that where are you going to put a stop? Because a stock like this is so volatile. So, I mean, if you try to put like a 10-cent stop on it, I mean, and take a lot of shares, it's probably not going to work. So, in these sort of situations where you have such a low float, the stock can be very volatile. Your best thing to do, is to probably have a wider stop, take fewer shares, and then you can hang on while it whips around on you and maybe not get stopped out. Otherwise, it's very difficult to take these if you take too many shares. Okay, I hate to look at this one, but here we go. Well, AMC is it's had a run, I must admit. 4 to 569 now. Why not? What do you think about using the risk band level in the chart like a guide? Are you talking about? Okay, I don't even have it on. Are you talking about? I don't use it. Okay, I mean it's a. Okay, so you're talking about this. I mean, you can use it. I mean, I don't because I don't necessarily agree where they're putting a stop. But I mean, certainly if you're new, I mean, there's nothing wrong, I suppose, with. So I think Carlos, what you're asking is every time you click on an alert, every time you click on an alert, I just click on XFOR and the price is at 113 and they have a suggested stop down here. I mean, it's really, really tight, at 110. Okay. I mean, that's just a suggested stop. How they come up with this number, they look at the highs and lows of the day, the volatility of the 15-minute candles, and then they come up with this stop. Okay. Now, would I use that as a stop? No. I mean, it's way too tight for me. But, some others might make a little more sense. But every time you click on an alert, so if I clicked on GCTK when it was down here at I don't know, maybe the first time. This stop will move. It's relevant. It's relevant to the price when you click on the alert, and it's relevant to the price, the current price. So that stop will move, if that makes sense. So in other words, if all of a sudden this price went down to 260, that's and you clicked on it and the price and the current price was 260, that stop would have moved down. Okay, so it's assuming you're going to take the trade right at that current price, and then there is a stop that you can then you can use it. I mean, I don't use it because I have a different way of looking at stops and all that, but hey, it's not a bad guide, I guess, if you're starting out. First time in the live chat, is this stocks, options, futures, or crypto? Stocks only, Tom. I mean, there may be some. So we only scan the program only scans stocks. Okay. Now we do have some option filters. So if you are an option player, or those of you out there who are option players, we do have some option filters. But and I'll just show you what they are and explain how you can use them. These are the option filters that we have. So it's not going to it's not getting into any depth, with the Greeks or anything like that. But it's got the you can have the put call ratio. Options volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today. Puts and calls combined. Put volume, call volume, and this is kind of the key one. The option volume today percent. So there are some option players. I think they can that say that this is useful to them because what you can do is, let's just say the stock over the last 10 days has traded, I don't know, 2,000 contracts, okay, total. If you use this option volume today percent filter, say you put 300, that's a 300% ratio of three. That means that that stock that is traded on average over the last 10 days, 2,000 contracts, for you to see it today, it will have to trade three times that, or 6,000 contracts. So basically what it's doing, using this in combination is showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now, can that help you trade the options? That's up to you. Okay. And I'm not talking to you specifically, Tom. It's just, well, we get the question, do we scan for options? No. But if you just want to zero in on stocks having abnormal option activity, yes. SQ down, Hindenburg on SQ, right? Wow, no kidding. I didn't, this must have happened when Hindenburg strikes again. They haven't they been all over these guys before? And there's Morgan Stanley this morning put a 70 target on it. Well, almost hit it. I don't see that yet. I'm sure this has got to be the reason though. Hindenburg, the notorious short seller. Look at this though. I mean, I still don't see it. Now, let's see how much further this can go. Usually IB is pretty good. I mean, this obviously hit up here. I don't see it in IB news. This I'm I'm looking right here. I do not see it unless it's earlier. Maybe what what's happened sometimes, the headline disappears. Yeah, meanwhile, guys, all that euphoria at 8:30 with the CPI numbers has disappeared. Completely and utterly disappeared. Amazing, isn't it? Well, where's the next low looking left on this SQ? 63.50. So, yeah, look at AI though. AI is finally starting to make a better move down. The next low looking left, 21.53. Will that hold it? If that doesn't hold it, then the next low is around 20.40. So if that 21.53 doesn't hold it, then we might see a shot down to the 20 level for AI. Boy, this looks like SQ. This is almost an all-time low right now, guys. COM, COMM. It almost looks like the SQ, like Hindenburg came after these guys too. I mean, this is basically an all-time low now, guys, for COM. I think the all-time low is, 556. All right, guys, let's take a look at COM. Yeah, a lot of shares available to short for COM, but I want to see if there's any news on this one, or if it's just market, just moving with the market, I guess. Yeah, I mean, man, oh man, I mean, this looked pretty awesome, didn't it? I mean, this is 8:30, the big green candle, all the way up to 4:13. We started to drift a little bit before the market opened. Then we had a little pop up, and now just a sell off. 45 minutes so far now of a big sell off. Look at sells, guys. Remember that one in the pre-market? Terrible now. Underneath the dollar. Should be an interesting at 2 o'clock, guys. FOMC, the minutes at 2 o'clock should be very interesting, especially after we've seen this reaction. Boy, this one, guys, I mean, if this takes out this 2153 with any authority, the I mean, you've got 2040, so about $1 to the next low. I mean, you're sort of chasing it now, unfortunately, but man, oh man. Keep an eye on the crust, guys. You're into the more expensive stocks, CRUS, CRUS. At an important psychological level, 90, the whole number. The VWAP is 89.98, so it's holding the VWAP barely. And again, this is news driven also. Something to do with Apple. Apple ditching solid state button. I guess I don't know Apple. I don't know. I've never had an Apple. Never had an Apple other than to eat one. Is it an IPO? Okay, let's take a look at the. Is it trading now? GDHG didn't show up in the halts resumes. Okay, pricing $4 a share. How many? So okay, keep an eye, guys. I mean, this could be really crazy. Where are they out of? They are out of China. All right, these can go absolutely crazy. This is the structure, 1.75 million at 4. So, I mean, nothing earth shattering yet. It's basically still at the $4 share price. A lot of times these IPOs show up as a resume. It's a bit of a quirk of our Halts resumes scan, but in this case, it didn't. And watching AI still hanging around that level. This gets down to 2140. I may take a short in this AI. Yeah, this is not wildly exuberant right now. This GDHG, not a lot of volume. The Golden Heaven Group Holdings. Okay, guys, CRUS, CRUS, if you're into the more expensive stocks, CRUS, trying to give up that whole number of 90 and inching its way below. The VWAP, CRUS, 89.98. So it's just a little bit below. So if you're into the more expensive stocks, this is setting up as a potential short. A moment, please. All right, guys, this crust, I know it's out of the price range I like, but it is getting a little bit interesting even for me. It's, it's into the 89.60s. I may short this. 89.61 is the low. Just move away from that VWAP and getting underneath that whole number a little bit more. Yeah, I may take a look at a short. I don't often take shares, or I often don't look at stocks this expensive, but this did get down to 84 in the pre-market. So the alert around 89.66 and see what happens. Getting more interesting for me, guys, is CRUS, CRUS. Anyway, not telling anybody to do it, but it's definitely longer it holds underneath the VWAP. Okay, GFAI, I think it held the VWAP, I think. 2346, what did it get to? Yeah, yeah, kind of held the VWAP, guys. Okay, there's CRUS. All right, let's see what happens. Well, the next low looking left, I think, is right at that level, 89.71. So it's a little bit below that. The next low is 87.82. 11:21 already. Okay, I am just going to check to make sure it's Jamie in our YouTube room. Get my break in about 40 minutes. Paradox, I'm sorry, man, like I have no idea what you're talking about. Please excuse me, be open window, please. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Sorry. Remember what Real said the other day? I mean, gather all your thoughts in maybe one post rather than, having 20 or 30 in a row. Okay, guys, the crust is, I wish that, just got to get that open, or sorry, bid ask, they asked to get closer to the bid. Okay, there you go, Paradox. All right, guys. All right. Nice little move down now for Crus, CRUS. It's a nice little move, guys. Now, if it can take out 89, your next low is 87.82. So again, guys, the next low looking left, if you took this short with me, the next low looking left is 87.82. Paradox, I have to shut this down, okay? Because I'm trying to concentrate on this trade, okay? Sorry. Okay, I've covered some, guys. I have covered some now for about $1 as it attempts to get into the 89s again. Here we go. FRGT. FRGT was earlier at 260. You can see the alert happened at 9:52. And here we go, 11:20. So it took a long time, but starting to move now. That's what I'm saying about what was the one I was talking about before? You keep an eye on it because later on in the day, you never know. I think it's a CYTO, the CYPO. Yeah, I mean, you never know. Will that float? Look at the volume, 31 million. If later on in the day it pops through that high, we could get a nice little trade. Okay, just waiting on this crust, guys, to see if it takes out 89 again and continues the little descent downwards. And the answer is yes. So Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour when I take my break. No, you're not annoying me. I just don't know what you're talking about. So, and I think the problem is, you keep posting over and over stuff, and I don't think most people don't really know what's going on. So I'm not annoyed, but I don't know what you're talking about. I just try to keep the focus now, okay? The general market talk, just, general market talk. You want to talk about the market? Great. Somebody was mentioning Beyond Meat before, and yeah, look at this Beyond Meat, BYND. This is almost a lifetime low. Almost a lifetime low. BYND. I guess the lifetime low is here around 1062. So, I mean, it's a little bit of ways from it, but you can see 1.5% position in the lifetime range. And that's, of course, because it had such a high at one point. It was, well, it's over 100. Well, how high did this ever get? At 200, 238, 238. Wow. So anything happening with Beyond Meat? Any news on this one other than just general market conditions driving it down? I don't see any. I don't see any specific news for it. Okay, crust testing 89 again. Testing it again. That is IE. IE is. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Ivanhoe. Yeah, Ivanhoe Electric. I have seen it. Haven't seen it for a long time. Um, Canadian company. Where are you out of? Hey, my hometown, Vancouver. So, IE on the move here for some reason. Right, look at the crust, guys. Again, the 87 something is the next low looking left. Okay, paradox. So see, right there, you're just sort of putting your innermost thoughts into the room. I mean, you see what I'm trying to say? I just try to keep it to market talk. IE guys. So the next high looking left is wow, 1181. Is that right? 1181. 1181. Let's see if this sort of rests just a little bit here. And if we can get through that 1181, 1244. Hmm. So IE. Okay, so this is an EV play, sort of. What the spread is on this one, IE. Yeah, it's not bad. 1135, 1139. I can see it settle a little bit. It just sort of stalled here now, guys. IE just kind of stalled here. Not too much movement. GCTK on the move again. Okay, didn't see it make a new high. Otherwise, I would have seen it over here. Yeah, this is pretty tough. I mean, right now, I mean, the only good thing you got okay, first of all, you got a couple of topping tails up here. Okay, so again, what does it mean? Let's talk a little bit of bottoming tails. I get that question every now and then. What do I mean by hmm? Give me a moment here. How that happened? No, just give me a moment as I size this. Okay, so let's take a look at GCTK. And it's a good example of bottoming tails and topping tails. Something's going. Oh, I'm on a daily. Sorry. Okay, here we go. So you saw even down here, indecision, but up here, you see these two topping tails. So what does that mean? The buyers had the price up here, 284. The sellers knocked it down, not that much, down to 271. The buyers tried again to get it up. They got up right to that high, and then the sellers really came in and knocked it down. Now the reverse is in theory kind of happening. The sellers knocked that down 241. The buyers close it here, 255. Sellers came in full throttle again, got it down to 231, but the buyers close it up here. The sellers tried again, but too erratic. I mean, it's we got bottoming tails and topping tails. Direction unknown, really. Maybe yes. Yes. Sorry, Shady is saying over 260, which is the top of these two topping tails there. But right now, I mean, to me, it's very hard to pick a direction, with bottoming tails and topping tails. Jamie? Oh, Brad. Okay, Brad, you're just checking. Okay. I heard a little pop. So yeah, so with that in mind, I mean, it's a little difficult to determine a direction now for GCTK, in my opinion, anyway. The View app appears to be holding it 237. Guys, just waiting on this crust to see if we can really. We need to crash crust. There's the next low looking left, 87.88. C&M, C&M, I know showed up really early here. C&M, I think it did anyway. Well, it had to show up here at some point. Must have been earlier. Where are you? Hmm. For some reason, I'm not seeing it. Oh, there it is. There it is. So the alert, it didn't really move much. I mean, the alert was right almost at the open, 9:31 Eastern time, 23.76. However, it may be getting rolling now. Break over 24. The next high looking left is 24.08. If it can take out 24.08, then it's got a shot to the 24.70 mark. That is the next high looking left. Boy, this is getting really, really critical here for Crus. It gives this up, in my opinion. CRUS. Buyers are not stepping in yet. You know, had a little topping tail up to 88.86, but that's it. Ooh, this could be an interesting one, guys. THCH. THCH. The next high looking left is 520. The next high after that is 554. So it's got a little bit of room that can take out 520. And of course, the fantasy area would be way up here. This is another China stock. How was China doing just in general, Queb? I haven't looked at KWeb for a while. Ah, look at this. Sort of with the market. Wow. Let me get the weekly out. This is remember when. Well, I haven't been really paying attention to KWeb for a while, but wow, I mean, this is really getting hit. So right at the 200-day moving average, 28.86, sitting right on it. Hmm. Wow, look at American Airlines. That was a miss by me, really, I guess. We had the alert right here. Just didn't think it would do it. 1343, and it got down to, in a very orderly way, before that's the first green candle. So from 1343 down to 1292 in a very orderly fashion. Look at Herbalife, HLF. Well, the next low is 1233, kind of on that weekly chart. It's not following the market. It's doing its own thing. I mean, it's not having any sort of a no green candle here. If there's any news on this one, it has earnings on the 2nd of March. Well, I'm sorry. It's a nice idea, but it's not helping today anyway to reduce global hunger and malnutrition. But it's whatever reason, it's that press release has not helped. I think it's hurt, but it hasn't helped. I see. I see is now, boy, this has had a nice little run. It's an all-time high now for IC. Look how choppy it has been over the last few months, though. Look at this weekly chart, up, down, up, down, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. That's about 3 months worth of chop. And then yesterday it broke free, and this is now an all-time high for IC. All right, well, that bumped me out of the crust, guys. I'm no longer in crust. I'll be taking my break pretty soon, so there's no way I can hold on to that in case it has a quick pop up. But not bad, not bad. I was hoping it would get underneath 88. So what I'm going to do with it is put an alert under 88. Maybe it happens later on. All right, 88.17 or so. Oops. Oh, my home. Well, the spread at least has tightened up. The last time I looked, it was about 25 cents, but OMH, 479, 480. This was an AI alert. You can see the alert, 545. The problem was at the beginning anyway, the spread was really tough to commit when I had a 20 to 25 cent spread. Shady. Hello, hijack. No, I share individual scans, okay, hijack. So I have to do so I don't you can have this and you can have the Halls resumes, you can have my single stock window, okay? So just pick and choose what you want. You can create your own charts. You may not want these time frames or these charts. So, you can pick and choose your own charts. But if you go to my home page and then scroll down until you see the scan section. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. So this is the 10-day daily breakout and down. I'm not sharing this spider sector. I'll go over that later, but I am sharing a couple of races here. And there's the Halts resumes. And this is my single stock window over here. But it'll be up to you to create your own charts. Okay. I do it that way because not everybody wants everything. So, I sort of do it sort of a la carte. Now, I don't understand J Rich. When you say GCTK long at 211 entry this morning, first trade using TI intelligence. What did you mean by that? Just out of curiosity. You mean first trade using a TI scan? Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about our AI, which did not have that stock. Well, welcome, Jay Rich. Welcome. All right, Kishore, good for you making a couple of successful trades. Good for you. All right, guys, 11:47, so I'm getting a little bit close, about 13 minutes or so. Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room while I take my break between 12 and 1. SPY's pushing a little bit now. Should be interesting at 2 o'clock, with the FOMC minutes. Nothing at 2:30 though, so we won't have two interesting times to look forward to. Just the 2 o'clock Eastern time. Boy, this IC, guys, I mean, this is really strong here. At the pop up here, but I think all these times here, they're all time highs for IC, ISEE. Now, there's a post I can understand paradox. Well, I was certainly, I don't know, wrong, but the AI, I was thinking it might, once it took out that 2150 right down here, I thought it might have a little collapse down to the 22 level, but nope. I've always found this a difficult intraday trader. Mentioned KC earlier. It made a nice move off eight. That eight level held. Okay, that Saito continues just a base here. I don't think it's going to stay here for the rest of the day doing this. It's still holding the VWAP 218, the VWAP area. This is not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers, but I keep thinking maybe later on, get some volume. I mean, look at the volume, and of course we had the huge volume at the 945 candle, and it's just dwindling ever since. I mean, it's still a lot of volume, 308,000 shares, but it just, in relation to what happened earlier, it just doesn't look good. But it's still 32 million, excuse me, 32 million shares traded. I don't think anything, it has nothing to do with earnings. Tomorrow they do release earnings, but I don't think anybody thinks earnings are going to be anything to write home about. Sorry, I just see your post now. No Lenny rum. Well, that was short-lived. Yeah, a little thrust up for rum and then right back down. Yeah, look at the market, guys. You definitely are schizo market. Pop up, drop, little move higher, big drop down, and now we're 45 minutes up. I would agree. GFAI isn't going to stay there all day. No, yeah. I mean, yes, I agree. Still holding the VWAP, 2361. It's still holding the VWAP. Right down there. You see it got right into it. Yeah, no shorts available for me either. Interactive Brokers. I don't think they're. I think it is sporadic. I think every now and then a few come free, but right now none. I mean, this is a a good area here. I mean, if it can somehow take out 2651, I mean, it could get on a roll again. That's the high of that the 11:15 15-minute candle, because then the next high is 2737, about a dollar away, but it is choppy. So as I said before, and I think PJ and others mentioned, I mean, you can't take too many shares of this. The reason being is that where are you going to put your stop? I mean, if you're going to manage the trade and say, okay, and I'll risk $100, $200, $300, whatever your account size merits. Well, where are you going to put your stop? Because that's going to dictate how many shares you take. And if you put a tight stop, you'll probably get stopped out more times than not. And of course, the problem with a wide stop is, okay, if you put a $2 stop on this, I just throw a number out. That means you have to be looking at this and thinking, okay, but I can make 4 on the trade. You don't want to go into risking 2 to make 50 cents. I'm just throwing 2 out as an example. So if you risk $1, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least $2 on the trade. A 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay, guys, break time is coming up. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in. Okay, so there's the YouTube link. So Jamie will be in the YouTube room soon, within 5 minutes, I anticipate. And so what I'll do is I'll put my announcement in. Okay, guys, this is a bit of a reversal now. MIRM, a bit of a reversal. And there he is, Mr. Jamie Hodge himself. Barry. Jamie. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. Jamie is in the YouTube room now. There we go. All right, Mr. James, how are you doing?
Pretty good, Barry. That was some fun downside action.
Huh. Are you talking the SPY or
Well, just
or
just
you?
in general,
Yeah,
it was a good day for many of my pet stocks were just, up at the top with no room. So when they started getting soft, didn't have to twist my arm to get short a few of these things this morning. Now,
yeah. Did you
I'm
see
jealous
the?
of, I'm jealous of your cutter trade.
Oh, I was just gonna say, did you see
I
that
was
cutter trade?
listening and I was juggling so many balls that I missed the pristine entry and I didn't want to chase it, but good trade on that one.
Well, and I have to, thank Casa in our room because he pointed out I saw it, but I didn't see the headline. But he pointed out anytime you see a CEO and I think the chairman of the board get fired,
Yeah,
there's, I mean, you got to hop on that trade. I mean, you just got to hop on it, in my opinion. I mean, that's where news really does count
absolutely.
because I mean
Absolutely.
that came out of out of nowhere. Look, I mean, look at yesterday's daily candle for Cutter CUTR.
Oh yeah.
Nice green.
Hmm.
No inkling this was going to happen.
Yeah. Wonder what he
So,
did.
well, he contested the succession plan or something like that. Didn't agree with it, or I don't know. That's all I saw, but that was enough for me. That was
Yeah.
definitely enough for me to. Anytime I see something like that, where you see an abrupt resignation of one of the C-suiters, I usually will take that short almost immediately.
Good policy. Good policy.
Yeah, it doesn't work all the time, of course, but as you know, Jamie, as long as you have a stop, you won't get killed.
This is true. Okay, let me take control here.
Take control.
Take control. Okay, you should see my desktop now.
I do see it. I see Cutter right at the top.
All right, very good. And we got the Fed speak coming up pretty soon, eh?
Yeah, 2 o'clock, so another
Okay.
couple of hours. Okay, my friend. Now, can you go to 1 o'clock, or do
Yeah,
you have
that's
to
fine.
bow
All
out?
good.
Okay.
We'll
See you in
see
about
you
an hour,
then.
Jamie.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. One moment, please. Okay, welcome to my desktop. As most of you already know, this is the hour for the support session while Barry takes his break. See a lot of familiar faces in here, but if you are new, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So just, anything that any questions that you might have about the software, want me to take a look at any charts, not really any pre-planned content, just going to talk market stuff and maybe go over a few of the trades that I was in this morning. And feel free to share your trades as well. Just looking at the questions panel here real quick. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so don't be afraid to use that questions panel if you have a question. Let's just take a look at the overall market here. Getting a little, as Barry was talking about earlier, we had a nice little downside move here, and now we're kind of bouncing off the bottom, typical of a Fed speak day. Um, I'm going back to the last one. Market was kind of looking like this, and the old adage is it's not really a Fed day till we come up here and pop new highs and maybe even pop new lows again. So, depending on what the grand poobahs talk about when the Fed meeting rolls around, we could see it back up here. Just anything goes on a Fed day. So we shall see. Now, as Barry was talking about earlier, that beautiful play that he had on Cutter, uh, kudos. I don't know who it was in the room that called that out, but really nice play. That's why we have trading rooms to share ideas just like this, and then others can benefit. So nice little down move there on the Cutter and that opening 15, and then followed up by another a good 30, 45 minutes of selling, kind of basing out down here. Check out the 10 period here, kind of acting as the divining rod, tapping it back down. Of course, a lot of patterns like this today. Now, a couple of my pet stocks today, when we started getting that downside action on the SPY, you know, for example, TV, been going up for 3 days, bumping its head right on this line right here. So once we came down and busted these levels here, you didn't really have to twist my arm too much to get short. 556 bottomed out all the way down here. So a nice little dime move on a stock that's very liquid, able to get into, several thousand shares there without having to worry too much on a penny spread stock. This is the only one that I attempted to bounce. I'm long about a penny off the bottom here with a stop in, penny below the low. So hopefully that'll hold up for me. We'll see. Um, what else? Oh yeah, the banks gave a good tell today. PACW, I'm always watching this stock because it seems to lead Bank of America most of the time. All right. So when I saw PACW pop in these lows right here, well, my eyes naturally went to BAC. BAC followed suit, took a little bit longer. All right. But a nice opportunity to get short up here before the lows as PACW was hitting lows. And where's my pin? Where'd it go there? Well, I thought I had it open. Give me a second here. There it is. It's just hiding on me. Okay, so when PACW was hitting lows, we were still right about here, right about the 70-ish level, the 2870-ish level. So wasn't too long before BAC was following suit. And I just noticed that the PACW typically leads BAC. Not all the time, but a good 7 out of 10 times. It's a good leading indicator. So that worked well this morning too. A little short on BAC. Didn't take the pack, but got the lagger here. BAC putting in a nice bottom as well. Where'd my questions panel go? Hello, Iris. Okay, so what else did we have on the menu today? Several stocks I tried to get short, but was met with the beep beep of hard to borrow. This one a little obscure, but would have been nice to have been in it. VBIV, as it broke this 410 level right here. Nice little descent down to about, what did we bottom out there? 367. So a good 33, 43 cent move on a small dollar stock there. Of course, I didn't get to participate because no shares available. So that was a little disappointing. Let's see if this one kept going. I can't remember. Yeah, so that one didn't work out too well. Once again, tried to short this one, didn't get it, but looks like it would have just been basically a small loser or a flat. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts. Hurt on the other one, helped on this one. Ah, speaking of another pet stock of mine, HBI, Hanes Brands. All right. Once again, when we were up here at 530, just bumping its head on this level here, acting as perfect resistance, very similar to the TV. All right. So these stocks were up at the upper end of the range, 2 days, whereas TV had 3 days, but just, a nice definable level there. And we can see that's right where it topped out up here. Now I waited a little bit. I waited for this break right here at the 522 level, and we got all the way down to 504 here. Did I cover the bottom? Nope. But a nice little move there on a short on HBI as well. And of course, just like most of the other stocks, putting in a nice little bottom. Not long this one, as I said earlier. The only one I felt really confident about bouncing was the TV. So we'll see. Unless this thing goes back down and pops new low by a penny, I'll be in it for the remainder of the day. But that's the only long that I bounced. Everything else was nice short action today. Even though the volume's kind of dried up in this one, I still like to keep my eyes on it. Um, Started getting short on this one around just past a buck 33. That you see that little break there. I was a little late, so got short some at a buck 32 in this candle right here. And as you can see, just a nice orderly march down. So some really nice moves on some, well, what I like to call orderly stocks, thick volume, and they tend to move in an orderly fashion. When they do move, of course, this kind of looks like every other stock in the market today. But if you were doing some short selling and not chasing too much today, you probably made a little bit of cheese. So good job. Okay, Miguel, talking about PTGX. Let's have a look. Yeah, and even on days like today, we do have stocks continuing to hit highs. So yeah, bottomed out, what's that, 1793 and is now residing at 1916. So a heck of a bounce there. And we can see, hey, look over here, you know, surprise, surprise that it bounced at that level. But definitely a nice little move there. Not exactly the lowest float around, but not too big either. Not really a whole lot of volume kicking through it right now, but a good move nonetheless. Noel's talking about PLTR. Yeah, once again, pattern of the day, down and a bounce. And, eyes kind of gravitate to this level here, back from February. So it's got a little bit of room there. Perfect bounce wick off that 10 period right there. Of course, you get a lot of those moving averages clustered up, the 10, 50, 20, and the 200. Miguel, do you think I should day sell it? Well, I'd love to answer that, Miguel, but can't really, wouldn't feel right telling you what to do with that one. And you're referring to the PTGX. Well, if it were me and I was up a good bit in it, and we have the Fed coming up here, if it were me, I'd probably, well, I typically don't like to be in anything when the Fed announces for obvious reasons, because you just don't know how the market's going to react. Good news is perceived as bad news sometimes, and bad news is perceived as good news, and everything in between. So really just depends on what you're comfortable with. If you're up nicely in the stock and want to peel some off and set a stop on the rest, just as Barry said before he took off on his break, well, if you got a stop in, then you should be okay. But as far as telling you what to do with it, can't really do that. GCTK, getting frisky here, but wicking out every time here. It does have some room, about 88 cents, as you can see here from my next higher low column. And of course, that's going to match up pretty much with, well, let's see here. 270. Yeah, okay. Yeah, match up there. My eyes were playing tricks on me for a minute. But yeah, just the top of that candle is what it's looking at there. And of course, that's going to coincide. You know, it's having a little trouble. Well, it's staying above these levels here. So if this thing does get cooking again, yeah, that's in play. And of course, the races here, you can see my top 10 winners from Positive Change from the Open. And these are all from the Dawn of the Dead. And once again, even in this market, you have some of these stocks saying, hey, we just don't care if there was some downside action. We're still going to grind up for the day. Haven't really traded any of these because I was fixated on another group of stocks. Don't look like I missed out on a whole lot on the upside today, though. I mean, Dawn of the Dead will produce some excellent upside winners from time to time and nice setups, but it always helps if the market is a little bit more conducive. So just a quick scan of the top 10 there. Nothing really to write home about there. Not a bad move there if you played the pre-market range right here. Let's see, where do we open on that candle? 117. Yeah, so we opened right there at the bottom. That would have been a nice little play as this area right here was breached. Typically, just like Barry, I don't really engage on the open unless it's something like this. Now, I was not trading GNS this morning, but if I'm ever going to take a stab at something right off the open, it's going to be a stock that looks similar to this, and we're going to play either a break to the upside or the downside of that pre-market range, and then use the respective top or bottom as an exit in case we're wrong. Let's see, what was that crazy stock? Oh yeah, CELZ. This one was just going nutso in the pre-market. Some drug announcement, I think. Positive results, type 2 diabetes. Yeah. And I started watching it on the open, but boy, watching the order book on that thing was like making me sick. It was just flopping around so much. So didn't really want to play this up and down action here. Now it's tightening up now. So it might be interesting to keep an eye on this one for the remainder of the day. We get a break outside of this little channel right here. It's probably going to do something. And I say that simply because look at these volume levels. Even though it's kind of sleepy right now, and we're getting this nice sideways action, look at the 5-minute volume and we divide by 100. So that is a large multiple there. Hundreds of times normal volume currently happening on the 5-minute level. And then look at this wacky relative volume number here. Almost 100, only 13, almost 14 million in the float, and the thing's cranked out. What do we got here? Creeping up on 74 million. So definitely a low float play, the epitome of such. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I just know it's the Fed day, Benson. So I'm not sure if they're gonna, release and then talk 30 minutes later. But clearly the market is in a holding pattern. Let me just see here real quick. Yep, minutes to be released. May reveal clues on the Fed's next move. Just reading here for a second, bear with me. Yeah, the FOMC March meeting minutes on Wednesday may reveal clues on the Fed's next move. So we had the raise on the 25th last month. Not March 25th, but last month was 25 basis points, as we all know already. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, we got to get that federal budget balanced. Those words just don't really belong in the same sentence, but what are you going to do? All right, let's see if anything from positive change from the open. Probably going to look just like these Dawn of the Dead stocks, pretty much. EOSE to the downside. Nice little. Heard Barry talking about American Airlines. Didn't trade it myself, but boy, if he did get short in the opening 15 minutes, he did pretty well on that one. Matter of fact, before I forget to do so, what do we got as a high in this range right here? I think that's it right there. $1.05. So we're going to set an alert. Rises to 106. Let me know about it. And it looks like the low there is 97 cents. So if we get down to 96 cents, I'd also like to know about it. Okay. So if that thing wakes up and I'm attentive, then I might just take a stab at that thing. There it is back at the top. I think it was there. I think my eyes just ignored it because of that ridiculous 5-minute volume level there. Okay, well, since there are no questions presently, I'm just going to scan through some of the latest anchored VWAP plays here, coming from the new add-on from Brian Shannon. Just kind of take a gander at these. These are all anchored VWAPs from large gaps. Of course, GFAI, typically a hot topic in the trading room, anchoring from that gap there. BIST, CBT, some type of buyout, I'm sure. Yeah, it looks like a lot of these are either mergers or buyouts. Not all of them, but some of them. Sprinkler. Certainly don't have anything to do with sprinklers. But this is just a great way to scan some charts. See that anchored VWAP and helping you identify your outs if you're wrong. Of course, geared for the swing trader. Now, allegedly, we do have a version coming out that's going to be intraday, and I believe the time frame is going to be 15 minutes. So I know that myself and Barry and a few other people are kind of chomping at the bit for an intraday version of this. So hopefully it'll be here before too much longer. And of course, we've got a wide variety of scans, not just anchored from VWAP, or excuse me, a gap. If we right click in a new Market Explorer window. You can come down here to the AVWAP, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. One of my favorites, doesn't have a whole lot of stocks on it at one time, is the anchor price from IPO. Simply anchoring from the first day that it came public. That was quite the opening candle on that stock. BFRG, strong today. Where did we open? 454. So boy, opened at the bottom of this candle, just tore through that anchored VWAP. And what we'd like to see here to see confirmation is a close above 529, 530, above the purple line there. If BFRG can manage to do that, that is confirmation. And tell you what, this one will definitely be on my radar tomorrow if we hold these levels. There it is. I was like, it disappeared. Now it's back. WDS trying but getting rejected. Interesting what's coming up here. We got the anchored VWAP, and then we've got the 50-day hovering right above it and then pinched by the 10 period. So it would seem that a move is imminent in WDS as well. How many days will it take? Don't know. SMX, pretty interesting here for a young stock. 10 period, and now the anchored VWAP coming into play. So we got the 10 down here, and we got a nice little $1.58 or so. So it's technically above that anchored VWAP. So if we get a close on this one today, it could be in for some good upside action for tomorrow. So BFRG looking very interesting. Close above this level. And SMX. We get a close above that anchored VWAP there. And this one could definitely be in play tomorrow as well. So a couple of things to keep an eye on for tomorrow's action. All right, anybody got any charts or anything like that you'd like me to take a peek at? You know, I heard Barry talking about KWeb earlier. I always typically keep a little snapshot KWeb chart. But boy, just nice downside action today. Things like Lou are going to follow suit. What did we top out at on Lou not too long ago? Yeah, 327. All the Chinese stocks taking nice pullbacks. Ape, I've started dipping my toe in the ape pool from time to time. Not a whole lot of room here lately, but I'm definitely always keeping it on my radar. It has its days where it's always very liquid. A lot of wiki action in it right now, but I like to play it from time to time. Not a bad little range either. $1.51 up to $1.58 today. On a very liquid little member stock there. For a while there, it was not shortable at a lot of places. Now it is. Healthy short selling, might I add, not necessarily naked. Now, also too, what was Barry talking about? Wish did a reverse split, I think. Anyway, when he was talking about it, breaking these levels right here, I was like, that looks good. If that thing breaks down, unfortunately, currently at TD Ameritrade, it was not shortable when I tried it out earlier. Not even on the hard to borrow program there, just flat out not shortable. So I hope they remedy that. Now let's see here. That was today, right? A 1 for 30. Yep. Wait. That's, yeah. And as we all know, more times than not, a reverse split is typically the kiss of death. Now, we have seen a few that have had crazy upside, but that's typically not the norm. Typically, when some company does reverse split, it's not a good thing. Last brings to mind MNMD was the last one I remember doing a reverse split, and you can see, what do we do? Top out in the 70s and now residing at the $3 level. So yeah, once they do reverse splits, they pop onto my short radar. So it'll be interesting to keep tabs on Wish moving forward. And boy, market really getting sleepy here. Volume levels on the smaller time frames really well below. ZFox. Nice little break, but not really any room. Looks like a brick wall right here. Support and the 10 period and the 50 period tightened up there. But my ticker's drying up pretty good as well. All right, market sleepy. You guys are sleepy. So if you've been sitting on a question, don't be afraid to use the questions panel there. HTLR, HLTR. Oh, okay. I can't even read my own writing. HTCR. Another one that I tried to short this morning that was non-borrowable. Another one that I tried to short early on that was not borrowable. Boy, that was a nice little excursion that I had yesterday on sticks. Not the smallest float, but not big either. All right, looks like my one long is holding up. Nothing like a little bounce money. Well, and as they say, can't count those chickens yet till we get through that Fed mumbo jumbo. Okay, so I've got an idea here, assuming I save this window. All right, I did a little exploring the other day because as traders, especially if you're a day trader or you like to do a lot of quick trading, scalping, you find a stock that you like the way that you like the way it moves, right? And every stock is going to move a little different, right? I like to find the stocks that when they do start to make a move, you just have nice orderly action, right? What I like, you might not like, and vice versa. But each stock has a personality, right? It moves in different ways. For example, this little guy right here trades about 1 million shares a day, and it's not conducive for trading every day, but I like to keep an eye on it because when it does move, it seems to move in an orderly fashion. There's none of this crazy wicks going on. Now today you have a few wicks because of the market action, but on a typical day, you know, not really a whole lot of wicks going on here on the 5 and the 15 minute. Whereas if we look at a stock like, say, BAC, I mean, you're going to have lots of wick action. The thing could just gyrate a 0.5% just sitting there. You see it hit a new high. Let's say the high was 28.61, and by the time you pull it up, it's gyrating around in the 50s, right? Bank of America and some of these bank stocks are notorious for doing that. You just have to know what to expect. So I actually used stocks like this the other day to try to find some stocks that were basing out and consolidating with no wicks. And so I did a little reverse engineering using stocks like this. And I just came up with a simple filter set to attempt to show me stocks that are starting to flatten out by using all of these smaller time frame ranges and ensuring that they were pretty uh, pretty tight, right? Um, but I stopped there and I was just perusing this list and checking out the price action and going, yeah, this might be a good candidate at some point in time. Of course, you're going to see a lot of thinly traded stocks on here, but I just manually weed those out. However, the next idea that I had, other than just scanning this list manually, typically when a stock is in play, and I just sort by relative volume. Oh, and look what pops right up here. Wish. Now, why is Wish showing up here? Because it's been consolidating down here, real small bars. So the filter set is going to assist me in finding stocks that are behaving like this, right? Not so much on noodles. Okay, VBIV, Wish. This is what I'm looking for. But of course, just like any alert or top list window, they're not all going to be perfect, but we are going to get some that we like. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to collaborate this filter set. And what we're going to do now is collaborate it in, oops, to this window here. All right, so now we've got those filters in the alert window. And now we're going to see what happens. I can't type today. We're going to select the NR7 5-minute. Okay. So in addition to the filter set, carving out, hey, we have to have a small range on the smaller time frames, we're also going to be using the NR7 alert, which is also looking for more consolidations on the 5-minute candles. So let's just expand this chart out here and take a peek at the 5. And this window should help us find stocks that are doing this type of action. Now that was the last alert, and I can see I don't have a time column there, so hold on a sec. Okay. All right, so the last one was triple BY. Definitely what I'm looking for there. Now let's take a peek at the history. Not so much. 1135. All right. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really seeing the NR7 pattern there. I mean, it could have been right there. All right, Hibbs flattening out. Yeah, I like that. All right, like that. So the idea here is just to find stocks in very tight ranges because whether you're going to bet to the upside or the downside, I mean, you know your risk is low and very definable. And notice these are all going to pulse out every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, you're just going to get blurb. It's going to be like, okay, these are the ones exhibiting the NR7 pattern now. So every 5 minutes, you'll get a dump here. And most of these are looking pretty tradable, pretty liquid. All right, so I'm going to title this. I think I've got it pointed to the right. Yeah, all symbols. And of course, I've just got a max of 10 on this, so depending on your preference, get a lot more or a lot less. Don't really like trading anything below $1. Doubt that's going to make a big difference. Okay. LU. What is the bottom there? $1.92. So I don't really go about, especially on a day like today, we're going to have the Fed rabble. But, hey, you think Lou's going to bounce for the day? The low's $1.92. It's hovering around $1.94, $1.93. You can take a very low risk setting a stop a penny outside. And if it bounces, you're good. If it doesn't, you know that you're going to lose small. Let's see what else came out here on the last 40 push. All right, BB. Once again, if you're a bottom fisher, that tail right there, that little wick says a lot, okay? Sellers tried to take it down more, they couldn't do it, so just a little bit of volume got done in that wick. Now we're right back up here. So if you did go long, penny outside that wick would be your stop. When you first look at that ticker, you think it says dumber, as in Dumb or Dumber, Dumb and Dumber. A lot of familiar names coming through here. Elox has been all over the place lately. Obviously, you can see 1, 2, 3, 6 days this little thing's been rallying, and it's certainly been coming across the races a lot. On top of that, oh, speaking of yesterday, was anybody in this one yesterday? Because I was right there. Now, I made a gorgeous entry, but I kind of screwed up my exit. I took it off. Let's see, where did that one bar throw me a wiggle? Let's see here. I got out about right here. So it was a nice little move, but then I got to continue to hear the speech to text just keep calling out, EBIX new high, EBIX new high, EBIX new high. But hey, I can't complain too much. Just left a lot more money on the table than I would have liked to. Um, but every once in a while you get these stocks that just, I mean, it looks like there's no pullback there, but there was a lot of action in those 5-minute candles yesterday. And speaking of yesterday too, OPI, OPI. I believe Barry was in this one as well. And you can see right here, this is where I got interested. Okay. Right here, 914, 913 level. Actually, it was right here. So I had to sit some gyrations, right? I think Barry entered the trade a little bit later after. I think he might have been in here. Don't quote me on that, Barry, if you're listening. I think um, I think you're in right below 9 or whatever. Anyway, OPI was just like a dream yesterday to the downside. Fortunately, that one was shortable, but a nice little controlled downside move. Am I looking at the right day? Yeah. Then obviously today, crazy range there. Didn't want to touch it there. But I think it might be doing this even if it wasn't a Fed day. I think a lot of stocks are doing this right now. But OPI, the allure to it yesterday, other than the nice setup, was the fact that it was in the hole, right? In the abyss, in no man's land. And just like Barry, I love finding these if they set up with nice risk on the intraday and there's nothing to support them. Well, you can get some really nice downside moves. Hey, Peter. My opinion of a tight range. Well, if we look at that, I was noticing, and I just took these these values out of stocks like this, and I kind of did it hastily. But if you notice right here, a max of 7.6% on the 15-minute range and a max of 7.6% on the 30-minute range. And, thinking about that, it seems a little high because typically you don't want things that are moving that much in those larger time frames. So I might have to go in there and kind of shrink those down a little bit. Wouldn't get near as many because you have to figure out, well, is it better to keep it like that and just filter through the ones that you don't like, or you want to try to get it more dialed in, then you might miss some that would have shown up. So I'll have to tinker with those a little bit, but that's a good question. And I never really set out to define that myself. I just put a few stocks into stocks like this that were exhibiting the pattern and just went and copied those values. Now, if we did go in here and really crunch these down, let's just see how it would change the output. Okay, that's not a bad NR7 signal right there. That's exactly what you typically would like to see. BB was showing up earlier. All right. Yeah, they're probably just going to be a lot tighter. Now, this pattern's just beginning. Now, if it continues, but a little underdone thus far. CUK. Yeah, so it looks like it just tightened things up a bit there, Peter, bringing those maxes down like that. ZH, another Chinese stock. You know, and I used to watch this one all the time. I like the way it moves. Of course, this isn't a big move. That's only from $1.20 down to, you probably could have been up 2 cents to the offer, which, you know, nothing to write home about, but nice for a few scalps here and there. Rad, it's been a while since I traded Rad. Yeah, we're still seeing some nasty ones in here, but we're seeing some good ones as well. And typically, you know, let's say it's a stock I've never traded before and I like trading it, well, then I'll just add it to my favorites list. So, you know, I've currently got a little top list with maybe 15, 20 different stocks at any given time that I think are quote unquote conducive for my style of trading. And then sometimes they die. Sometimes they just stop and start acting differently. And that's when you have to weed the garden, so to speak. But boy, these windows are certainly quiet. XP not really caring about the down, or we were down, the downside action. And of course, not only are some of these stocks exhibiting the NR7, but the King Daddy SPY is also NR7ing presently. Amazing how this thing is basically just dried up. Right between my two price alerts there. Hey Jess, this is actually Jamie. Barry is going to be due back probably in the next 10 minutes or so. So I believe that's one of the ones that he'll share with you. So we can get Barry to drop that options scanner cloud link in the chat for you when he gets back.
I am back.
Barry, there's a request for your.
I know, I hear an option scanner.
Mhm.
I don't really have, well, I shouldn't say that. I think what he's referring to is the fact that I just showed him what the option filters could be. I don't really have a scanner.
Aha.
Now, did I have, because you can go, you can tell him to go uh, to the toolbar, I'm sorry, to our dock channel bar, and
Yeah.
there is an option scanner there. And it's based on basically the thing that I created a long time ago. So if
On
we
the
go to
options channel?
options,
Yeah.
yeah, the options channel, wherever it is, unusual options it's
There
called.
we go. Option volume plays.
Yeah, so let's see, unless they've changed something here, let me just do a quick look. This is not what I used to have. Okay, so I can drop in here. Let me just find it.
Now, you used to
File.
watch one that had unusual options, high-low ticker,
Yes.
didn't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Option plays, multi-strategy window. Let's see what it looks like. Here we go. So you can have this. Yeah, I used to use it. This is my go-to scan a couple of years ago. And, at one point I may bring it back. Let me just see. These are so I can drop that in. Oops,
Very
it's pinned.
good.
Don't. I'll unpin it.
Did you set price alerts for cells, Barry? CE?
Yeah, so yeah, moving higher with unusually strong options volume. So Jazz, you can take a look at this and it's got 6 strategies in there, okay? I mean, 6. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume, 300%, 200%, 150%, and then moving lower on the 3 to 150. So if you know how to use the multi-strategy window, you can just check the ones you want. Maybe, do you mind if I take over your screen just for a second and show them what I'm
No,
talking
no,
about?
be my guest.
Okay. Okay, so you see here, this is a multi-strategy window. And you see how I've got, these are call them 6 strategies. They're just different option volumes. So 300%, 3 times normal, 2 times normal, 150 times normal on the way up, and 300, 200, 150 on the way down. If you just have to check the ones you want. If you want them all, great. You just check them, if that makes sense. So if you just want, for instance, the moving higher with unusually strong options volume if 3 times, then just check that one and uncheck anything else, if that makes sense. Because it sounds like you don't want the moving lower, so you just uncheck anything that says moving lower. And again, to see those strategies, you just go to the strat right at the top. So if you right click strategies, hover over it, and then the strategies will, or the alerts will pop up. The scans will pop up. Okay. And yes, Jamie, I heard you talking about the OPI, and you're absolutely right. I waited yesterday for that 9 break, but it was so beautiful because I had about a 6. I think I was in at 894,
Right.
and I had about a 6-cent spread or a stop on it. So going from 694 down to what it got down to 846. I mean, I didn't get out right at the very bottom, but that was a great risk reward trade for me.
Yeah, and it was a nice little orderly descent. The seller
It
was
was
really there
orderly.
and just kept hammering it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly. It was orderly.
We like the orderly trades.
Yeah, you can. Now, I heard you talking about NR7. There's something I don't think I've ever used before. The NR7.
Yeah, it's just really handy for finding stocks that are flatlining, you know?
Hmm.
Like there's a ton of them today, I think, just because of the market action. Um, there's not, well, I guess there's a lot of them every day. Um, but if you're a bottom player, right? If you like to try to pick things off the bottom, obviously you don't want to go chasing these big long bars or whatever. You want to wait for some nice consolidation, and a lot of these things will have little wicks that are 1 or 2 cents away, you know, from the low, or
Hmm.
that you could put a stop in and only risk, just like you were talking about on OPI. You risk very little, um, and you can make 2, 3, 4x multiples on your risk. So it's just a good way to do some bottom fishing on some of these tamer stocks that have these I guess, for lack of a better term, orderly consolidations, right?
Hmm. Yeah. Well, now, have you ever used the consolidation days filter just to see how that would compare?
No, you're not talking about the alert, or are you talking about the filter?
No, I'm talking about the filter. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say filter? I meant the filter. The days in the days in consolidation, the filter that we've got, so you can pick how many days you want it to be consolidating.
You know, when I did a little stocks like this action to try to find a filter set and then use the NR7, but
Hmm.
I didn't look at days, which that might be an interesting metric to
Yeah.
fold
What
in
what
there.
you'll
But typically, if you've got a long number of days, I don't necessarily know if that would be good for, intraday trading. Now, if one breaks that level, yeah, it becomes a good intraday candidate.
well, but that's the thing. The days in consolidation is not looking at today.
Correct.
So if you said 5 days in consolidation as an example, that's only looking at the previous 5 days. So then
Right.
you could set up, well, you know trade ideas better than I do, but
Well, what
then
would
you
be
could just
interesting is to attach the column and see what the values are on the good setups, that would come about.
hmm.
You could just take a gander and go, okay, well, this one popped and had been consolidating for, you know, 4 days, 5 days. So you
Right.
might find a correlation there. Okay, once they've done it for X amount of days, they get more and more likely to crack. But yeah, good
Hmm.
idea.
Well, when I tried, I think I constructed it for somebody a long time ago, and what I was finding, I think I went 5 or 6 days in consolidation, and what
Hmm.
you do see are the buyouts because,
Exactly. Yeah.
they've just
Uh-huh.
flatlined across, and it could be way longer than 5 or 6 days, but you just cycle through what you want. Look at this XP, thank you for bringing this up, Jazz. I'm looking this in my options play scanner,
Uh-huh.
and XP is just ripping here.
Yeah, it's been one of the only stocks coming through my alert window
Yeah.
during the support session.
So you know what?
XP.
I may resurrect it just for a while, just to see. I haven't. Man, oh man! I mean, I called it options plays magic a long time ago because
Yep,
I
I
thought it
remember
was
that.
magic.
Uh-huh.
The alerts I was getting, and I couldn't believe it. And somebody, this is years ago, and somebody in the room actually said, "You have a magical scanner." I said, "You know what? I'm gonna patent that."
Options magics.
Yeah, options play magic. All right, my friend, it's 1 o'clock. If you want to take off, I will permit you.
Very good, very good. Yeah, I got to get ready for a little meeting with our friends over at Alpaca.
Oh, cool. How close are we now?
Getting pretty close. Getting pretty close. We'll know more after today's meeting.
Oh, cool. And anything and when you say close, are you talking crypto also?
Well, no, stocks first.
Just stocks first. Okay.
Yeah, stocks first, and then crypto next. Fingers
Okay.
crossed, Barry.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, bon chance, as they say in La Belle Province, my home province. Okay. Good luck.
Yes, indeed. And good luck with the rest of the day. We'll see what the Fed boys
Yeah.
have to say.
No kidding. Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
Okay, talk to you later, Barry. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, let me get my music going. And no, you just need our premium service. Just give me a moment here as I get back into all of the rooms. There we go. Yeah, most of the scans that you see that are created, Chas, are all part of the standard service. Really, the only thing that's not part of the standard service is the AI, Holly. That's the only thing. But virtually now, not everything. I mean, yeah, I'm going to say generally any scan that I'm sharing, I can't think of one scan that I've got that I'm sharing that no, they're all part of the standard service. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room right now. All right, guys, let's see what is happening now. I don't know about a SPY dump yet, but we'll see. I mean, the SPY's had a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and 15, almost straight up, little red bar, another nice big candle here. So the NAS is basically flat. The SPY is basically flat. The Dow is up. Yeah, 2 o'clock is the just the minutes, just the minutes. So we'll have some fireworks for about 5 minutes from 2 to 2:05. I'll put the SPY chart up at that time and just see what happens. MIRM, boy, it's been pretty choppy. So this is a pseudo earnings play, guys. They sort of set out some preliminary numbers ahead of their May 4th earnings release. Market reacted very strongly on the downside, but you know what? I mean, it's been kind of holding the VWAP and moving higher to a certain extent. Okay, guys, CNM is maybe a little bit interesting. CNM, not CNN, CNM. Okay. The reason being, it did show up at 11:33 Eastern Time. And my 10-day daily breakout, the trigger was 2407. Hasn't really moved much. The issue is that the next high is 2469. So, I mean, it's what, 50 cents away, which isn't terrible. History. Can't remember using history in a multi-strategy window. Yeah, it's working. I just did a history. I'm seeing, this is what happened. Yeah, I did a history. So, I mean, if I go back here and get back to history, so real time. So there's the last alerts. But if I right click, history, all, and I'm going to get, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I mean, like use it going forward. But, there it popped in. Maybe it took a while, but I'm getting history. And there's more. Sometimes you have to click more to get all of them, but there's a history. Did you do that though? I mean, click all, yes, and see what, 'cause if you did that, you saw I just demonstrated that it's definitely working for me. So I don't know what you mean by the older option scanner. Yeah, is that this is all I've got now? Again, I'm talking to someone in a YouTube room. This is basically what I used to have, because I do recall I had the 6 strategies in here with the different percentages, and that's what I used to run. But anyway, just try this one going forward. And remember, if you don't want to see the ones moving down, just uncheck those, just uncheck these guys. And if you just want to see 300%, then, just make sure that one's checked. The problem is, Jazz, if you're posting this in YouTube, I can't see the link. You can't post you if you want to. Shoot. I wanted to take this CNM. If you want me to see it, you'd have to come into the main room. Yeah, within YouTube, you guys can't post links. Okay, it's just the way it is. But if you want to come into the main room, there's a link for the main room, as I call it. You can and you can come in and then you can post a link. I'll take a look at it, but I wouldn't concern myself too much. Again, not to belabor it, but I mean that's what it's still called, moving higher with unusually strong options volume. But it may be that the one you have was fixed at 300%. I don't know. They just make, three times normal, two times normal, 1.5 times normal. I did it that way because, obviously with 1.5 times normal, you might be able to catch them on the way up earlier. That's all. How to make the selection stick when selecting higher or lower check boxes. Oh, yeah, if I can understand what you mean. So if you uncheck, you might miss, or some of them will disappear. I never really thought about that. Well, the bottom line is tomorrow, check the ones you want and then start working on like working with those tomorrow. So if I did this and this, not even sure what I'm going to see. I still see them. So maybe I'm not understanding. Oh, I see. Yes, in the configure. Yeah. So you start off with configure, right click. Oh, I see. You went configure all. Yeah. Just go to the strategies and then check the ones you want. I'm going to check them all. Now I see if I check them all, I'm starting to see the previous ones. The last ones that showed up. And remember, all it's doing is just pointing you to abnormal option activity. It's not trading the options or anything like that. And yeah, some have said that it does help them trade the option, like the stock, or they identify at least the stock that is having an abnormal option activity day. And then you have to figure out how to trade the options, of course. I don't know if Ori is in the room, but I think Ori used to use that to trade options. I don't know if you're in the room, Ori. Might want to comment on that. Helping you to find stocks that you want to trade options in. Look at this market, guys. Definitely, gosh, all over the place. No problem, Chris. And while I was on my break, I noticed that CYTO just, yeah, not going to do it, guys. Doesn't look like it's going to do it. Kind of hoping that it would hold this level and then maybe have a run end of the day, but it doesn't look like it's going to do that. But that's why you put a price alert and you don't anticipate it's going to happen. Saves you a lot of money. That's one reason why when people ask me, what do I think is going to happen? And I have no idea on any stock what is going to happen. But if you do put price alerts, you'll be notified, at least if it, and you have to figure out what makes sense to you, like where you're going to put a price alert, of course, but you'll be notified when something maybe interesting is starting to happen. It could be on the upside, it could be on the downside. And again, price alerts, so simple to do. Let's put a price alert on trucks. That was a good bounce. A good bounce. But let's put a price alert on trucks. Oops. All you do is you just right click and where it says create price alert, right click, create the price. I'm sorry. Before you do that, you move your pointer. You see there's a dotted line, and if you can eyeball it, you just put it where you want the price alert to be. So let's say at 1373, then you right click, create the price alert. Now, if it's not 1373, if you didn't eyeball it correctly, then you just type it in. I rarely put any notes in, then I just save it. That's it. That's it. I mean, now if Trox hits that, and it's not because I want to take the trade there. I'm just demonstrating how to put a price alert. But when it hits that, if it does, and I'll put one underneath. I'll bracket it. And you'll see what happens is if you minimize your price alert window, hopefully we'll get an alert. You'll see what I'm talking about. If you minimize your price, there you go. See, so you minimize your price alert window. Here's my price alert window. It pops up on my screen. I cannot miss it. I sort on the triggered time column so that the last one will appear right at the top. I actually even put a sound alert on it. So you just can't miss it. And all these ones, the ones that say working, have not triggered. And you can see the Trox down here. Okay, so this triggered on the way down. I'm sorry, on the way up, I guess. And so I'm sorry, the alert price is 1373. So it did not trigger on the way up. It did trigger on the way down at 1370. And it's always a good exercise to go through your price alerts window at, say, on the weekend. We have a maximum of 500 price alerts that you can create. Nobody needs 500 price alerts. And the only reason you have 500 or approaching it is just, quite frankly, out of laziness. Okay. You set a price alert and then you forget about it. And what happens is, I mean, let's say I put a price alert here for Trox at this level. And then, it just starts to tank and it's down to 12, 10, 5. Do I care about a price alert at 1370? I don't know. I don't mean that it's tanking, it tanks to 5 today, but over the course of time. So why would I care about having a price alert at 1370 when the stock is at, say, 5? So go through your price alerts and start eliminating the ones that don't make any sense anymore. The other thing, it's a good exercise to say, oh yeah, I remember putting a price alert there. Because when you get your price alert window, you click on the alert and the chart will load and you'll say, oh yeah, I remember why I did it, but you know what? Don't need it anymore. The more charts you can see, the better a trader you'll be. Well, it helps to become a better trader. And that way you can start to visualize what you see rather than not having a clue when you look at a chart and not really understanding what it's trying to tell you. But the more charts you see, you start to get a feel for, oh yeah, I've seen that pattern before, or I've seen that kind of thing before. GCTK price alert. Okay. Wow. Just a minute here. So I did see that the BFRG just absolutely exploded, but it came right back down. So this is as as difficult to trade as the as AI. But the key if you're taking out that 560, I didn't take it, guys. I was on my it looked too erratic to me. GCTK, let's take a look at GCTK. Yeah, for me, this is just too choppy for me. Well, this XP, if this gets real, I mean, it's had a couple of great days, but if it really gets going and it takes out 1411 tomorrow, 14 tomorrow, look at the room it's got. So, so this is a good example. I'll put a price alert there. Yeah, and there's the Trox now on the upside. So that just wanted to show you. So what you do is you now your price alert window. If you've never created a price alert before, just new and then price alerts window, and of course it'll be blank. And then what you do is you minimize it. There's no need. You don't have to stare at this window all day long. You don't have to waste some screen space on staring at your price alerts. You just minimize it, and then when you get an alert, it just pops on your screen. You are right. GFAI is going on another little excursion on the way up. But you've got to be careful. That went up to what? I mean, it went up to 27.49 and it dropped 70 cents just like that. So where are you going to put your stop? That's what I'm saying. You put your stop at the low of this candle. I mean, that's a wide stop. But where are you going to put your stop so you don't get stopped out like mad on some of these? DFLI, I haven't seen that one for a long time. DFLI used to be very active. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, I remember this day or this week up to $29 back in December. All right, guys, we got about 38 minutes to the Fed minutes at 2 o'clock. So if you're in anything that really tracks the market, like there's, the big stocks like the Metas and the Microsofts, et cetera, I probably would be very careful because, those stocks will get affected by whatever the overall market's doing. A lot of the stocks, like a GFAI probably doesn't care at all. So what sectors have been moving? So you can see the financials have had a bit of a run ahead of the FOMC, bit of a run. So if you were in a financial stock, back here anyway, from about 11:15 on, you've probably done pretty well if you've been in a financial stock. Well, I'm pretty sure it's a rate decision. There's just nothing at 2:30. There's no press conference at 2:30. So it's just a typical one where I guess they say, huh? I mean, the market will be shocked if it's 50. And because inflation in theory, is slowing down a little bit, and that's what happened here. The CPI numbers. So I'd be shocked if they raise it 50. That would really that would really get the market upset. Well, here's a crazy one. QVC, some kind of a financial instrument. QVC, what's it trading? These are sneaky sometimes, I mean, the next high looking left is 994. There's not a ton of volume, but these can be kind of sneaky. All right, guys, C&M is actually, I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, 10 cents, but looks like it might want to. What did they do again? I saw this one yesterday. Hmm. Wow, it's a new company. New company founded in 2021. So this must be, look, but one of the uglier weekly charts that you're going to see. You want to print this out and put it on your desk or on your wall and say avoid. Now, as a weekly chart, I mean, look out, up and down, big topping tails, bottoming tails. But today, It's kind of moving. And the only reason I see it, again, it's because it's coming from my 10-day daily breakout. Now it's interesting, the relative volume now is only 7. And but when we got the alert here at 2407, the relative volume had to be 8. But you can see how the volume is starting to drop a bit. And there's a part of me, the reason why we're not seeing this over and over again, because it obviously 2417, but it did make a new high up here because the relative volume is underneath 8. Yeah, so that's why it's not showing up over and over again. Interesting. If all that makes sense. Yeah, so you can see right here. So I'm getting some alerts for CLSK. Okay, so the volume is 3,100. It's total number of contracts, but that represents 430%, 438% of normal. In other words, a little over 4 times normal what it's averaged over the last 10 days. So that's why you see this. So for it not to be so cluttered, maybe what I'll do is I will. So I color coordinated it so that, yeah, so if it's 300%, it's green. So what you can see, what happened is that this volume, option volume, really started to increase because this is no, I'm wrong. Okay. Anyway, there it is. Anyway, CLSK. So what I'm going to do, I'll run this one tomorrow just for fun, just to see what sort of. It's just another way of identifying stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. Ooh, look at FMS. Boy, FMS. Boy, the next. I mean, there's a low there, but boy, if it gets down here, 21 FMS. A lot of shares available to short. It has been a while. Okay. Jazz, you haven't been in the room for a while. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Bianchi. Yeah. Welcome to the room. Okay, so Jazz, I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room now. The only reason I can think of that you're not seeing anything. So first of all, the toolbar, do you have a green ball? Make sure you are connected in the toolbar. Because if you say you just renewed your membership, it's possible that you didn't complete the exchange agreements or something like that. It's going to be hard for me to help. Okay, but you may not have completed the exchange agreements. Okay. Also, remembering that your password and your username is case sensitive. But the best thing I can do for you is send you to our homepage. Okay. I'll show you what you can do because I can't help you in that regard. But somebody can take a look at your account. I can't take a look at your account. So click on the homepage link that I just put in their YouTube room. Wait for the question. Okay, click on the questions and answers and ask. Okay, so what you do is just give them your email address and say, hey, I just signed up. Here's my email address, but I'm not getting any data. Okay, and what they'll do is they'll take a look at your account and they'll figure out why. You see the exchange agreement. Let me fill it. Yeah, that's typically the reason. This exchange agreements have to be filled out. You know, each exchange, and also they want to make sure that you're not professional. Because if you are, then the exchange wants to charge you. We don't care, but they do. And unfortunately, we have to go through this every year. We get audited, and so we have to send that sort of an agreement out. It have to be filled out, I think, every year. You have to again say, no, I'm not a professional, because the exchanges come in and audit us, and they say, hey, how come this guy hasn't answered? So if he hasn't answered, then we're going to charge you guys as if he's a professional, or charge you, and they'll try to get a hold of you. So anyway, I mean, it's a pain that this started a few years ago. First Republic. Um, I don't know what there's to talk about really, other than the fact that it's flatlining. On the daily chart, it's basically flatlining. I mean, I'm sure you know the story. They also said they're delaying their first quarter earnings, such as they're going to be, but not much more I can talk about. Are you serious? So Larry, you're saying if this closed over 15, you're talking about FRC, you would swing it? Really? See, the problem with this, in my opinion, if that's what you're talking about, is if something really dramatic happens, like what happened with SIVB. Okay, so all of a sudden it gets halted and you can't get out of the trade and it goes to zero. I mean, it's something like this. And I'm not at all suggesting that's going to happen with FRC, but with something like this, that would be my risk. That would keep me out of trying to swing something like this. But if that's what you're talking, but it's up to you, of course. right, guys, 23 minutes. Yeah, the bank's earnings season should be interesting. For those of you who've been in the room long enough, you know that I don't care about the banks. I don't care about the big, the large cap companies. I can't wait for about the third, fourth, and fifth week of earnings season when we start seeing some of these companies that, I mean, some you'll know, but a lot you've never heard of, but they just have their day because they're releasing earnings. Lots of volume and some great moves, either up or down. Those are the ones that I really love. Is it doing well, NG? Good. And not bad. I mean, the trigger is what, 605? So it's not bad. You know, it's a gold play, obviously. It had earnings on the fourth, so that's behind. Obviously, whatever they released wasn't great. That's the big daily candle, the big daily red candle. That was their earnings release, and market did not react well, of course. Not of course, but you can just tell. Children's Place. This is now, wow, look at this one. Children's Place is PLCE making a new low. I mean, it's not a lifetime low, but it's certainly in the bottom percent, 16%. So there's a good analysis from Shady on the FRC. Yeah, your downside risk is zero, and it could happen depending, who knows what's going to happen. And your upside, yeah, maybe a double from here. So that's not good risk reward. At least that's what Shady is suggesting. I mean, there's the next high looking left. Well, okay, I guess 21 is, but right up here, 28 or so. So I got to risk 14 to make 14. Not a good ratio. Now, could it go? I mean, refuse to believe it'll ever get back to 117. Nope, haven't heard from Zach for yeah, well, since the beginning of the year. Not sure what's going on with him. Okay, excellent. I'm glad to see that, Jazz. Well, that's why you weren't getting history. Then now I understand. Now I understand. Well, let's see if the VWAP holds KC right there. There's the VWAP at 830. It's had a nice run. It was down in the pre-market, had a nice run, got positive barely, and now it's basically flat right now. And there's the VWAP. Will it hold it up and then bounce off it? All right, guys. Well, not much to do right now. Just kind of waiting now. Another little over 15 minutes. And I'll put the SPY chart up. Let's see what's happening with the XLF. You said Moderna really popped. Okay, let's take a look at Moderna. Had a big down day yesterday. It did recover, but I guess their flu vaccine, I think, didn't work, for lack of a better non-technical term. So again, there's that 200-day moving average and the VWAP, virtually the same. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. So the VWAP is 156.49. This is 159.49. So key area, of course, for Moderna is to get through that 200-day somehow. Not saying it's going to, but if it does, it could go on another run. Ooh, look at that topping tail. All the way up to 28.71 and then right back down to 25.66. So and that's for the GFAI. Ooh, I got to do a video. Completely forgot. So I've got to quickly do it before FOMC. So I'm going to put myself on mute. Won't take me too long. Comes in now 147, definitely back by 157. Okay, muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, so that KC looks like, no, I wouldn't do it now, but the KC looks like the VWAP is holding it. It'll bounce off the VWAP. Okay, 831, close. And now it looks like it wants to maybe move a bit. Problem I've got with it is where is it going to move to? Where's it going to stop? The high right there is around 856. That may not give us enough room. So if you put your stop at the VWAP, that's 10 cents away. Can we make 20 cents from here? That would mean 861, maybe not. So for me, the risk reward isn't good enough. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so we got about 5 minutes. Yeah, the CNM has, I've liked it, but just wish it would stop moving down when it does. Fairly big bottoming tail all the way down to almost 24, and it came right back up. And again, there it is. In fact, what did it get to? Look at that, 2407. And what did it get to? 2410. So it dropped right back down to 2410. There's the trigger. So, I mean, it's held the trigger at least. All right, guys. So what I do typically is I put up a big SPY chart. I put it on a 1 minute. Okay, I got to get this changed. So the SPY chart. A big one. All right, now let's get the 1 minute chart up and see what's happening. And as always, the first move is not usually the end. Okay, you can see some wild gyrations, big green candles, big red candles, big green candles, red. Usually it takes about 5 minutes before you get the actual direction. So I'll just keep this up and just wait for them to release. So it's about a minute and a half from now. Oh, look at CNM, you miserable thing. I really wanted you. I really did want you. All right, guys, about a minute now. 1 minute. Not a lot of action, really. We got about 30 seconds. Boy, nothing really. This may turn into a complete non-event. All right, guys, we got about 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Here we go. Okay, a little bit of a pop, a little bit of a pop. See the volume coming in. Okay, remember what I said? So we had a nice big green candle up here, but now we're getting a red one. But again, it usually takes about 5 minutes before it really shakes out. Okay, so here is the headline. Agrees there is little evidence pointing to disinflation for core services, excluding blah, 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 was likely to reduce, which could help reduce inflationary pressures. Okay. And now we're getting green. Of course, looking at a longer time frame, it's not quite as dramatic. Looking at a 15, you get a topping tail and bottoming tail. But you can see stocks like GFAI and BFRG, stocks like that, they don't care. All right, now we're 2 minutes in, third 1 minute candle. I'll give this one, I might go 4 minutes and then I'll just stop. Then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled programming, to say. Yeah, no big fireworks today, not really. So I guess I'm wrong. I mean, this is not where they're going to announce a rate increase or decrease or flat, because it says it would be appropriate to leave rates unchanged at this meeting. All right, guys, I think that's kind of it. I don't think there's anything more to really watch. Get that out of the way. Now, every now and then, Shady, every now and then, you're right. Usually the minutes are not, but every now and then, but not today. Okay, guys, I think start to talk about. Boy, look at that CNM. Really bugs me because I really wanted this one, but it just wasn't trading the way I liked with that little bottoming tail there. And because now it's got some room, to 24.69, but too late for me now, CNM. UPS news. Hmm. What about FedEx? Is the same thing happening with FedEx? No. Something about unions, okay, but not affecting FedEx. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm the internal conversation I like to follow, so I want to read through this. Hey guys, just give me a moment. I'm still reading a very interesting exchange here. Okay, so there isn't one in April at all? I thought there was one every month, Liam. I thought there was a decision every month. Obviously, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. May the 3rd. Okay. Wow, look at CNM. Ah, too bad. Wow, crater? You don't mean wow. You mean W? You mean the symbol? WOW? Wide open west? No, you don't mean that. UPS. Okay. You see, can't do that, Denver. You can't put that in caps. By the way, where's my congratulations, Denver? And you know why. Come on, you know why, Denver. Now, I'll make you think about it. Wow, CNM. Holy smokes. What a nice move. And it doesn't, it's nothing to do with the market. Nothing to do with the market. Look at that. It's funny on the momentum down, I'm just not finding as many nice ones as compared to the momentum up. Not quite sure why, but it's got nothing to do with the market. Hmm. So KC did not hold the VWAP now, guys, but I just don't see a big downside from 8. Yeah, GFAI does. I have a thumbnail. That's why, I am aware of it all the time. You have a thumbnail. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta try to manage your risk on it. Where you're gonna put your stop if it doesn't work. Okay, now I am really ticked off. Look at CNM now, guys. Approaching that high now. I mean, that's just a nice, it took a long time. 11:33 was the alert. How did American do? Did it finally bounce? Bounced a little bit, not a huge amount though. American AAL. Wish never. Yeah, look at Wish. Now you know what? This could get going. What time is it now? 2:15. Later on in the day, we're already sort of later on in the day. Of course, we have an hour and 45 minutes left, but I've seen this before. Just sort of sitting, and then all of a sudden we get this drop. And remember, this is basically an all-time low, and it showed up here at 947 at 791. So it hasn't really moved. But that's why I've got my price alert right down here. And if there's some big selling coming in later on in the day, I'll probably partake. Hmm. Too bad this GAL is interesting, except the next high is too close. If the next high was way up here, that'd be awesome for GAL. Man, this UGRO, guys, UGRO is all-time low. UGRO all-time low. Well, I'm glad it's working for you, PJ. As you know, I don't try to influence anybody to use a certain time frame. I just, you got to get comfortable with whatever time frame you settle on. But yeah, for me, a 15-minute is fine. Boy, you grow. I mean, this is a cannabis play, I guess. Speaking of cannabis, MSOS. How ugly is this weekly chart? Wow. Unbelievable. Well, we've got the competing grows, guys. We got agro. Yeah, agro. Look at the day it had yesterday and a follow through today. And what sort of room does it have? Probably not that much. Well, yeah, 914 is the next high looking left, and then after that, the 950 mark or so. So we've got agro, doing reasonably well, but then you got Ugro, just absolutely tanking. Not tanking. I mean, it's been. I mean, there's just nothing to do. I mean, all-time low now. Are they out of? Well, you could have guessed it'd be out of Colorado. Oh yeah, I didn't think they were the same. One's cannabis and one is, yeah, as you say, cattle. Now, here's the deal on FAI. You've heard me say this before. If this takes out the high of the day, which is way up here at 28.78, that could get it rocking again. Traders tend to look at things like that. And if it did take out the high of the day, the next high in the weekly chart is 35. Excuse me, 35.55. So yeah, I was thinking of shorting this one, but I think I'm just going to back off. You grow. I actually tried to short, but they wouldn't fill me down. Oh, interesting. It's not down 10%. Now that's interesting. But it was down 10% yesterday. So that uptick rule is still in effect. Yeah, I sat there on 168. I think that was the bid, but they didn't fill me, but I think I'll just take a pass. There are a lot of shorts available. That's not the issue. Lost sight of this one. This one, I'm not saying it would have been easy, but INMD talked about it in the pre-market a little bit. Israeli stock opened up. I thought it was just a little at the beginning, it was just a little too choppy, but you know what? The trend is up. INMD. And the nice thing is, so 38.36 is the high looking left. And then after that, 41.84. So there is some room if this can take out that. So I'd be watching this one tomorrow and seeing, I mean, it may do it today. If it's not that far away, 38.36. What did it get up to? Get up to literally almost to the penny. Well, that, 38.38, this is 38.35. And again, that high right there is 38.36. So that's where it's stalled. Now you can see if it can take that out, it could have an end of day run. TIOA. TOT. Oh, what's going on here? This can't be. It's a blank check company. Okay, that's why. Hey, guys, well, things are really slowed down now. Good time to ask questions if you have any. I like to short this one, but I just don't think it's got. I mean, I guess if you could tell me it's going to get back down to 8, fine, but I don't know. Not enough room for me underneath. I'm talking about the KC through the VWAP now, and I put a press alert here, but maybe I did, but I deleted it. 1408 for the XP. Let's see if it happens tomorrow or at some point. It does. It's got a lot of room looking left. Okay, so the question is from Steve. A stock closes at 10 yesterday, gets an upgrade this morning, and opens at 13. That's a $3 gap up. How do I take part in that action before they open pre-market? But who allows pre-market trading? I want to buy it when I see the upgrade, not at the open. Well, I mean, any broker will allow pre-market trading. You know, you might have to get permission or something like that, but it's not that big a deal. Okay, so if it depends what time you get up, depends when that upgrade happens. And as Denver is saying, the market is open at 4 a.m. Eastern time. So, I mean, if you're prepared, I mean, a lot of times these upgrades or earnings releases or things like that, so some newsworthy event, they're not happening at 4 in my, usually it's a little bit later, but I mean, that there's really nothing you can do. I mean, unless you're going to get up. I mean, if it happens at 4 and you're not up at 4, well, nothing you can do about it. Now, the other thing too is though, just because a stock gets an upgrade doesn't necessarily mean it's going to do anything. So in other words, you can't say, oh, this stock got an upgrade, so I'm just going to take it right now and hope that it goes up. It's not necessarily going to happen. But again, your question, pre-market, but who allows pre-market trading? I mean, that's between you and your broker, but I mean, virtually every broker allows pre-market trading. I don't know. I'm not sure I know one that won't. Now, the other thing though too is that, sometimes news hits so fast that the gap happens in, seconds. You're never going to get it. OPI from yesterday, that was a nice, a great short yesterday. It was a good recovery. Ooh, you mean OPI alert on the way down? Wow. I thought I was actually anticipating it was probably going to be moving higher. I haven't seen, yeah, nice on the cues. Now we're getting some action on the SPY. So there's the 2 o'clock, or that's a 2 o'clock candle, really not that much. And here's that next candle, the 2:15 candle, and now the 2:30 candle. And meanwhile, GFAI doesn't care. It's trading on its own definition of an alpha stock. It is completely trading on its own right now as the SPY is doing this, and it's sort of walking its way up. Guys, I'm going to just step outside for a minute and see what the temperature is. This might be only my second bike ride of the year, in which case I might want to leave a little early. Just give me a moment. Okay, my two Javi. If you know nothing, then this is what I would do. If you know nothing. Okay, I just put a link in called my homepage, Barry's homepage. Okay, if you click on that link, excuse me, and then what I would do is this. And this is free. Okay, so no charge. But where it says Trading 101, I would take a look at that. It's a great series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. I can't remember how many videos there are now, but there are probably about 30. So it'll take, you don't have, well, I would probably start right from the beginning. Literally, what is a stock? Okay. But what he did was at the beginning of the pandemic, when I think his wife is a nurse and was at home, and she's not a trader at all. And Michael, those of you know Michael, been trading for a while. Anyway, he said, I'm going to, walk my wife through trading right from absolutely the beginning. And so he put this little course. It's kind of a fun little interactive thing he had going with his wife there. So I would take a look at that. If you're literally, I know nothing about trading, then I think this is for you. Okay. And it's free because you've got to have some basis behind, otherwise, you're just looking at stuff and you're going to have no idea what you're seeing. Yeah. You're more than welcome. Now, trading is not easy. So you got to have a basis behind it. Understanding chart patterns. What is it? What is it? What are these things? What are these candlesticks? Why are they important? And after that, then you can come into the room. The room is free also. Get comfortable with what you're seeing, and then if you decide, you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas on a monthly basis. But you got to have you get some kind of a foundation first. Oof, meanwhile, yeah, look at this market. Boy, this is getting closer though. This taking out the high of the day, the GFAI taking out the high of the day. High of the day. It almost got there. Got up to what 28.50, and the high of the day is 28.75. If this takes out 28.75 with any sort of volume, this could go on an end of day run. Not for a monthly, Steve. I can. No, it expired last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. I can do it on an annual, but not on a monthly. Okay, guys, this is getting interesting. Now, look at the spread for GFAI, 34.50. Well, it was even worse. Let's see if it takes it out again, second time. Again, this is what I'm talking about. There's your spread right now. So look at that, a bit of a fake breakout. And now let's see if it happens again, though. Again, this blue window is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. And Steve, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. I mean, it literally has expired. So, the only thing I can ever do on a 25% when we're outside of our promos and all is if somebody wants to take out an annual. But I would never want you to take out an annual unless you know you want the product. So, okay, guys, get ready maybe for the GFAI. Ooh, what a terrible spread. 2770 now, 3170. Well, I'm just waiting on it, guys. I mean, I have an idea about what I'm going to do. Not trying to convince anybody to do the same thing, but it's going to have to trigger near the high. Yeah, if I were connected here, if I haven't even looked at this, but if I were connected here, I could put the bid ask here. I could put the bid ask right here if I wanted to, but I mean, virtually every broker is going to have, you know, so that's what I look at. I mean, you can see it right here, the bid ask right there. So if I'm connected, okay, so there you go, 52.66. But it's very, but I would rely on my broker. I mean, that's, I mean, I don't think this is delayed exactly, but it may not be quite. So I would always be relying on my broker. See how it's having a difficulty getting through that high of the day? All right, well, I'm just going to forget about it then. Ooh. So I'll just reset my price alert and see if it takes it out again. All right, guys, 2:44. So in a bit, I'm going to be putting myself on mute. I'll be here. I'll hang around till about 3:20, and I'll hop right back on the mic if there's a question. So just want to talk one last time about my homepage, what information you can find on it. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You do that, do the get started, must do it. We give about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Starts off with your installation and your first login, etc. There's a trading 101 course. If you're brand new to trading, I think this is a great thing to, or a great course to take a look at. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. This is free also. This is sent to you before the market opens about an hour before on Mondays. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, maybe your promotionals folder, okay? Big education section is here, and here are my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. And especially the 10-day daily breakout and down. So if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you use my homepage link and you get into my homepage, use the code, and you can also save my homepage link so that at any time you can take a look at my scans and the education section. All right, guys. So I think I'll just put myself on mute right now. Again, I'm here. So if you have a question, we'll hop right back on the mic and answer it. Well, guys, I didn't put myself on mute, but oh boy, I put myself on mute now. You've been following the GFAI. I didn't want to say anything about Shady saying a $4 stop, but anyway, risky, risky, risky. But as I said, these things, when they take out the high of the day, kind of late in the day, they can go on a run. Hey guys, take a look at BFRG now. Trying to catch up a little bit to the GFAI in terms of activity. BFRG. Yeah, I think it means like defensive stocks, like Lougheed and things like that. I don't think he means utilities. Lougheed, Lougheed Martin. Oops. Well, I call it Lougheed. That's how I mean, you want to call it Lockheed, LMT. Here's a good defensive stock. I've only heard it pronounced Lougheed, not Lockheed. So no, no, no. No, I'm pretty sure he meant the defense stocks. Well, there I'm wrong. See, utility stocks are typically, utilities. Usually they're considered defensive stocks, not because they're in the defense sector, but because, when the market's going bad, if people perceive the market's not great, people will flock to utility stocks because they have dividends and things like that. That's the theory anyway. But I was wrong. I literally thought he meant defense stocks, like an LMT or which have done well. They've done well. Almost a lifetime high for LMT as an example. Look at this market. Okay, guys, I think we'll wrap this up right now as this market just 1 hour straight down. So, as always, thank you for all of the help all day long. So, I'll open the main room no later than 8 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Usually it's earlier. You guys can chat between 8 and 9. I get on the mic in all the rooms at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. No, and YouTubers, you are next. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow also.